A warm and a very humble welcome to all of you to our very special initiative, Avalamb. My name is Shaheen Rahman and I will be your moderator for the session. We all have been personally experiencing this unfortunate time when our entire nation is facing a devastating second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Even with the ongoing vaccination drive, the condition has worsened and we have a long way to go. So, to find a ray of hope to support each other at this difficult phase, SHARP NGO has taken this initiative to bring a change in each one of us' mind and lives. But before moving ahead, let me introduce you all to SHARP. SHARP stands for School Health Annual Report Program. It is a non-governmental pan-India organization, and we have recently completed 21 years in this field. We work for the healthcare of students and children, which is professionally managed by eminent psychologists and educationists, counselors, and people like you and I who have the vision to promote healthcare. Now, let me introduce you and tell you more about our special marathon series, Avalamb. Avalamb is a national level campaign by SHARP NGO to raise hopes of people during the time of pandemic. This initiative is being organized at such a time when everyone is facing the wrath of pandemic, which have shed onto all of us. It's a gamut of 24 virtual sessions. Avalamb spreads over 6 days to support and to keep everyone together as we sail through this second wave of the pandemic and to make it possible for all of us that we come out of this soon. This marathon of webinars by SHARP will come out as one such platform where people will be made aware through different discussions. It will be certainly an eye-opener for everyone that they will get to listen to messages from survivors and saviors. We will also get opportunity to spend some time having fun during some fun-filled session of enrichment. So we have series of interesting involving webinars listed for all of you to attend, and our next series starts very soon after this session ends. At the end, we will also have fun activities which all of you can try and lighten up your mood. So now we start off with a one-on-one conversation with Mr. Bilal Khan on courage in times of duress and try to have a better picture of what goes around the life of a frontline worker. Now I would like to introduce you all to our guest, Mr. Bilal Khan. Mr. Khan is a housing rights activist based in Mumbai, where half the population lives in slums. He is associated with the Ghar Bachao Ghar Banao Andolan and has worked for thousands of people till date. His area of work is rehabilitation rights, right to basic amenities in housing, and legal interventions of housing rights issues. He is also known for his work in the campaign for rehabilitation of Mahul residents subjected to toxic pollution, which resulted in successive court orders recognizing the rights of residents to be rehabilitated in healthy environment. Mr. Khan has also been actively working to provide for the needy during this pandemic, and his Twitter handle is filled with more appeals to provide help for the patients in hospitals or patients in need in general than anything else. Last year too, when the pandemic broke down, Mr. Bilal helped standard migrant workers find shelter and set up community kitchen in places. Speaking up for the unprivileged and ones with the special attention certainly needs great compassion and empathy. And sir, we could see you actively working with both these qualities. So we welcome you to this marathon series, Avalamb, and it's really delightful to have you with us today. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Shaheen, and kudos to all the work that SHARP is doing.
Thank you, sir. So, having said that, most of us know you as a frontline worker who has done so much for the community. But also, we would like to know you when you, like, how and when you started with this journey and how you got so involved in it.
Yeah, as you mentioned about my work, it's basically with the communities, marginalized communities in Bombay who resides in informal settlement that are popularly known as slums. These are settlement with informal housing, jhopadis, workers settlement, where working class live, and Bombay has half of its population living in those settlements, only on 9% of land. And these people, the working class of Bombay or any city, in India, 22% of urban population lives in slum, and between 40 to 50% of population of every major urban center, whether be it Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, or Mumbai, lives in slum. And the living condition is really pathetic because they don't have any basic amenity. Their housing rights are not recognized. When I say basic amenity, it means potable water supply, or public healthcare infrastructure, or education system, public schools. So they lack, most of these settlements lack all these amenities, and that's how the life is so pathetic in these settlements. So our organization work for their rehabilitation rights. We also campaign to recognize housing as a right, because in today's time it has been reduced into a commodity, which means that if you have money, you buy it. If you don't have, then nothing can be done. There is nothing to offer. State has nothing to offer, except for few housing schemes that are rarely provide housing to the poorest of the poor. So we also work with homeless communities who don't have any kind of shelter. They just live under the sky. So that is also one community that we actively work with, and I have been associated with this organization for past 7 8 years, and have been working on almost every issue that is concerning these communities, whether be it making provision for basic amenities like water supply or electricity supply, or ensuring their rehabilitation whenever their settlements are demolished, because of the lack of, unfortunately, because of the lack of any law to protect housing as a right. Our authorities get advantage and brand all these settlements as encroachment, because they don't have any legal title over those patches of land where all these settlements are established. So whenever we ensure that wherever we intervene, either we try to stop the demolition until and unless rehabilitation is offered, or we don't simply let it happen. We tried that. Sometimes we get successful, and sometimes it doesn't happen. So it's always a very difficult situation. We and and it's about 50 lakh people in Bombay. And we there are some communities where we actively work on a daily basis, and there are communities where we work whenever there is a requirement. So because of this kind of engagement, we happened to be on the front line. We had no option, we had no choice, because we are directly connected with the community, and in this time of crisis, in this distress time, we can't ignore it. And but the what still surprised me is that our mode of functioning is not our work is not funded. It's an informal organization, and we don't none of our volunteers are paid, and we work without any resources. It's basically the spirit of helping people, the spirit of saving human rights, is what moves us to work for the community, and nothing else is there. So but when the Janta curfew was imposed, it was I think 1 or 2 days thing, in which the government tried to send a signal to the people that they might be many more curfews like that to control the virus. So when the Janta curfew was imposed, few of the community volunteers from those informal settlement approached me, saying that how are they going to manage during the lockdown? If the lockdown get extended for a long time, how are they going to manage? Because most of them are daily wage workers. If the lockdown happen, they won't be able to go to their workplace. They won't be able to earn the wage of that day. And if it goes for a very long time, then how are they going to take care of their daily requirements? So it was a so it was something that was not lockdown is really a it has been very useful in controlling the virus, but at the same time it has caused lot of in inconvenience to most of poorest of the poor people. So that's when we realized that how the poorest of the poor are going to manage in lockdown when they would lose all their meager income, their daily wages. So that's when and then I put this thing out, all my concern over social media, and then I was fortunate to have uh, received so much overwhelming support from all my friends, that saying that if something like this happen, if the lockdown get extended for a long time, then we will be there, we will do whatever help we can to the poor in the poor community. So that's when we started, and I reached out to a friend of mine, Anil Hebbar. He is part of a trust called Helping and Charitable Trust. It's a small trust which was formed during the Nepal earthquake crisis. And I reached out to him because I did not have any platform or any mechanism to receive funding. As I said, Ghar Bachao Ghar Banao Andolan is not registered. So I said, if at all somebody try to give us funding, if there's any contribution coming in our way, I won't be. We don't have any account, so we needed a trust account in order to be transparent. And and so that people can trust that it's going in a to an entity where there will be transparency and accountability. And then I was also joined by another friend of mine who is a lawyer in Bombay High Court. Her name is Lara Jisani. So all three of us got together, and then when the lockdown was the national lockdown was imposed. So from day first, we went to streets, and started distributing dry ration to all our communities. And then but then the crisis was never ending. It was it expanded the day as the day, with even with every passing day, the crisis was getting bad. So uh, so we uh, we continued distributing ration, but then we came to realize that there are more requirement than just ration or food crisis. We were approached by a group of women who said that even during normal days, sanitary hygiene is very difficult for them. We talk about it is very difficult, and they somehow manage it. But during lockdown, when they have no access to any kind of facility, this thing, menstrual hygiene is put at the back burner. Nobody talks about it. So then we started distributing menstrual sanitary napkins to women. Then we were also approached by other frontline workers, medical workers who were at the forefront. So we provided them with all the protective gears like sanitizer, mask, gloves. We also took care of the migrant workers who were walking, so that we could help them with whatever small food packets, so that they can take some it can last for some time further with them. Like we provided with water, we provided with them with chappals and other dry food material. And as I said, Anil Haber was also part of our team, and he has a medical background. He is in the medical equipment manufacturing industries. He owns a company, small company. So he found out that there are nurses who are being forced to attend to COVID patient without getting any training. So then we organized training for them, and we have so far trained 4,000 nurses who have just passed out from nursing colleges. So and then we also then after we realized that we are only able to reach out to so many communities just because of limitation of traveling. We then thought of setting up of community kitchens, so that it can we can reach out to more people at one point. So by the end of our relief work, we were able to provide more than 1.5 million hot meals through our community kitchens. We were providing 10,000 daily meals to in six different areas in Mumbai. So community kitchens was one way we were trying. We were sending food material, then supply of dry ration, food material to traveling migrant workers, then protective gears to the frontline workers, and we also facilitated the travel of the migrant workers, and also did advocacy work with the government, so that we should not however the crisis is, however difficult the situation, the crisis is, we should not stop holding our government accountable. So we reached out, we filed petition to the courts, saying that, what about these workers? They are the citizens of this country. They can't be neglected like this. We should be, our government should be aware that, we have people in our country who are people who rely on daily wages, and now because of lockdown their income has been stopped, and government can't simply say that, okay, there are NGOs to take care of people, so we won't do anything. So they needs to be held accountable, and they need to do something. And so we filed several petition based on, and then we didn't get much, but then we were able to get enough direction from the high courts, which enabled, which empowered the workers to hold the local authorities in their communities accountable and demand the relief material. Because the relief material that the government claimed, that it's of around 20 lakh crore, if you analyze, if you assess whether it was really beneficial, whether it really reached out to community, you will find that most of them did not get anything, because the criteria set by the government to take benefit from those packages was really difficult, and most of the people were not eligible for those relief packages. And even today, in the second wave, the whatever the packages have been announced by the Maharashtra government and other governments are for workers who are registered in the system of the government. And if you look at the numbers, they are very small, very small fraction of workers are registered, but majority of the workers are not registered with the government, and hence they are not neither covered by any of the government packages, relief packages, COVID relief packages, nor under any social security scheme of the state government or the central government. So it's very difficult right now. And in the second wave, like in the first wave, the crisis among the workers was mostly related to food hunger crisis. But now it has, in the second wave, it has become really bad. It has the health the burden of health crisis. They are also facing the burden of health crisis, because this version of virus is really fatal, and it's really like people are finding it difficult to recover. And so because of the poor health, public health infrastructure, it is really burdensome. But I don't want to I also want to at the same time applaud the Maharashtra government for their efficiently handling of the situation. Right now the cases are going down, and their handling of cases, their handling of patients is really very efficient. I actually personally was able to take help from that system, and we were able to help people take medical help uh, from those that management. But still there are gaps, and still people find it difficult. And uh, and, and and it's really unfortunate that there are some private players in the field, in the hospitals, private hospitals. Some hospitals are really taking advantage of this situation and extracting money from the poor community. So that's where we work. We try to rescue those cases, take out those people from the private touches of private hospitals, and try to admit them in the government facilities. So that is also one aspect of what we are doing right now.
All right, so that's I think that goes behind the life of a frontline worker. You simply have to be very spontaneous to act on. And yesterday, while I was going through your profiles, reading about you, I also came to know that there has been so many appeals for the patients suffering due to COVID. So सर वहाँ पे भी आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहता है कि कोई जो आपको अप्रोच कर रहा है that approach has also been very spontaneous actually. So what happens and how does it all work? How does one find another patient to work on, and सारा experience ये सब कैसा होता है?
No, it's fortunately there are various there are NGOs as well as various volunteers group that have got activated. There are people who have recovered from COVID and want to do something for people who are getting newly infected. So we are connected with that network of volunteers and organization that is there working in the on the front as well as with the government. So we try whenever there is any request. We try to send it to the government system in the government system in Bombay. There is a they have war rooms. The municipal corporation has set up war rooms, so we send information there about the requirement, whether it is of oxygen or of some medicine or require hospitalization. And if we don't get any response from there, then we reach out to other volunteers group. So sometime we most of the time there is we get some kind of help, but and sometime we have to face that unfortunate event when no help is found out or offered, and then we have to just fend ourselves on our own. So it's really you have to be, as you said, be very spontaneous, be very sound in this while handling these cases, because these are very when every second is crucial in when you're handling issues, cases of life and death, hunger. So every second is very crucial in situations like this.
All right, sir. So I want to keep asking you more questions, and there are so many questions in my head that want to keep on asking. But also, the meanwhile, I want to make this announcement that all the audience who are with us today, you can also ask your question. We will soon start taking up questions from from you also. And the sharpest question of the session would win a voucher from us. So try to think about any question that comes to your mind and you always wanted to ask. So I think this will be the right opportunity. So, sir, having said that how your work has been like a frontline worker, also I want to ask you, what are the common challenges that you have been facing so far? Be it before, what was the challenges? What were the challenges before the pandemic, and now with the pandemic, the whole scenario has changed to a great extent. So, sir, what has been your challenges in the current situation?
Yeah, actually, the main challenge is when you reach out to, when you have to help people, you need to have enough resources to do that. And first challenge is of organizing resources, basically fund, and either fund or the relief material. So in the first wave, it was we got through our networks, we were able to mobilize those resources. But in this time, it is not uh, uh, much there is not as much response as it was before. And as I mentioned, that this time the health is also another addition. Health crisis is another addition, if you compare it with the before, the previous wave. So that is there. And like, I have been visiting areas in Bombay where before, whenever I used to go in the previous lockdown, we would see some other groups also doing something, reaching out to people, providing some kind of help. But this time, wherever, in whichever neighborhood I'm visiting, they all look deserted. There's no support, no political parties, volunteers are there, or any other organization of that scale doing that kind of work. Our operation has also become little limited this time because of lack of funding. So but we are trying to match that, scale up at least to the extent we did last time, because this time the crisis is it is and like it is an additional burden, because in the previous lockdown, as I said, that people had lost their livelihood because of lockdown, and as a result certain economical activities also collapsed, and because of which people have not been able to resume their work or find new work, and at the same time they are in debts. Like in informal sector settlements, they are not, they don't have access to any formal debt banking system, so they rely on the informal lenders who charges lot of interest rate. So they, most of them are people are under debt and paying heavy interest. And then we have Ola drivers, we have Uber drivers, we have auto rickshaw driver, most of whom take their vehicles on loans, and they have to timely pay their EMIs. So there have been no moratorium about on paying of their EMI, so they have to continue doing that. And if they don't do it, their vehicles get seized, or their services, they are not able to continue their work. So they were already facing the burden of the previous lockdown, and now this again uh, it has been put, and there are no relief for people who are facing deaths. So and then now we don't and because of lack of enough resources, we are also not able to reach out to those many communities as we should do in the initial time. Now we have scaled up all we are reaching to the same scale as we were before, but in initially it was difficult. So a lot of damage has happened, and we are trying to address that. We are trying to deal with that situation by mobilizing more and more resources, funding, also pressurizing, trying to pressure and doing advocacy, lobbying with the government, so that government also rope in and do that. But you know how occupied the government today is, and it's so difficult to reach out to government, to be able to convince them to get in to with your with dialogue. And if it doesn't happen, then how much you have to pressurize government, so that it takes it also take a considerable time and energy to finally convince and make government talk to you over it, across the table. So reaching out to the communities, reaching out to the government is one difficulty, and second is organizing resources to be able to reach out to maximum number of people is the are the two major challenges that is there.
All
And of
right, sir.
course finding medical support is today is the most crucial thing, is the most challenging thing.
Yes, sir, right. I'm sure this working as a frontline worker will obviously be one of the most challenging job at this time. And I'm sure, so with time, these challenges will go away, and we hope these challenges come to an end very soon.
Definitely.
Next up, we have Miss Prerna Ora's message. There is a small video that would be played. Let's see what she has to tell all of us.
Yeah.
Namaskar दोस्तों, this is Prerna Arora Singh. In this during COVID pandemic situation, I just want to convey my message that कि हम सभी को इस समय बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत की ज़रूरत है, अपने आप को मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग रखने की ज़रूरत है. मैं अपनी बात सिर्फ एक छोटी सी कहानी के साथ आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगी. एक बार जंगल में बहुत बड़ी आग लग गई थी. ऐसी सिचुएशन थी जिस तरह की इस समय हमारे आसपास के वातावरण में है, और सभी जंगल के जो जानवर थे वो उस आग को बुझाने का प्रयास कर रहे थे. सब लोग अपनी अपनी क्षमता के हिसाब से पानी ले जाके उस आग को बुझाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. तो एक छोटी सी चिड़िया चिड़िया भी अपनी चोंच में पानी भर के बूंदे और वो आग पे डाल रही थी। उस कोशिश में वो थोड़ी सी गर्मी में जलने भी लगी थी। तो जो जंगल के हाथी थे, बुजुर्ग हाथी थे, उन्होंने उस चिड़िया को देखा तो उन्होंने उस चिड़िया से पूछा कि अरे वो चिड़िया, तुम क्या कर रही हो? ये तुम्हारे ऐसा पानी डालने से, बूंदों से, ये बहुत बड़ी आग है, ये बुझने वाली नहीं है। तो दोस्तों, मैं आपको यहाँ पे ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी, जो चिड़िया ने कहा था, चिड़िया ने ये कहा हाथी से कि मैं जानती हूँ कि मेरे इस प्रयास से ये बहुत बड़ी जो आग है ये बुझेगी नहीं, मेरा प्रयास बहुत छोटा सा है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं अपनी कोशिश करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि जब भी ये आग बुझेगी और इस आग बुझने का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा तो मेरा नाम आग बुझाने वालों में रहेगा, आग लगाने वालों में नहीं। तो दोस्तों, ये छोटी सी चिड़िया हमको ये संदेश देती है कि आज जो भी वातावरण में पैंडेमिक में सिचुएशन फैली हुई है, महामारी की वजह से हम सब परेशान हैं, तो हम जो भी छोटे छोटे प्रयास अपने स्तर पे कर सकते हैं, हम खुश रह सकते हैं, हम मास्क पहन सकते हैं, हम सैनिटाइज का उपयोग कर सकते हैं, हम दूरी बना के चल सकते हैं, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात कि अगर हमें कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है तो हम घर से बाहर ना जाएं, अपने घर में ही रहें और हम सुरक्षित रहें। और वैक्सीन जो आने आ रही है और लग रही है, तो आप भी आगे बढ़ के मौका लें और अपने परिवारजन को वैक्सीन लगवाएं, और इस बीमारी को खत्म करने के लिए, जड़ से खत्म करने के लिए जो सामूहिक हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, हम उसमें भाग लें उस छोटी सी चिड़िया की तरह। तो जब भी इस महामारी के अंत का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा तो हम सब समाधान का पार्ट होंगे, समस्या का नहीं। और खुश रहिए और स्वस्थ रहिए और घर में रहिए, और जब भी वैक्सीन लगने का मौका मिले वैक्सीन जरूर लगवाइए। इसी शुभकामना के साथ मैं प्रेरणा अरोड़ा सिंह, धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
It was such a sweet message from Miss Prerna, and obviously her message to all of us has reached, and our gratitude, our sincere gratitude to her. I would again like to make this announcement to all the audience. You can start asking your questions to Mr. Khan, and he will be here to answer most of your questions. Meanwhile, I would like to take this question from Miss Mariam Bibi. Ma'am, can you just unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and ask your question, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And myself, Mariam Bibi, and I'm from Andaman Nicobar Island. I'm associated with an NGO with you. For the last 1 year, we are working for the betterment of the society, and the last pandemic. We have also just Mr. Bilal Khan has rightly said he also don't have any funding resources, but he anyhow managed the thing, and he helped a lot during the pandemic of the first wave of the COVID by distributing ration and sanitizers, the needy things, and the women, for especially the what we call that sanitary napkins. So our NGO also, we have also done such things in the first wave, because that time hunger was the main cause, and there's a main challenge actually, because suddenly it was a announcement that the complete lockdown will be there, and nobody was prepared for, mentally was prepared. This time I have seen that people are aware, and without imposing much restriction, the people itself are now staying at home, and without any work they are not going outside without any purpose. So it's just like Janta Curfew in Andaman also. The administration has given some orders to maintain to some measures to stop the increase in number of the cases. But it seems that the government servants who are in work, if they take leave, because they will get the full salary. But the people, as Mr. Khan rightly said, I appreciate him for he correctly said that the people who are actually belong to this auto rickshaw people, the barber shops, the private earners, the laborers, who are daily earn, and they feed their family on daily basis. But at this time, if they stay at their home, they will not die because of the corona, but they will die, of course, because they don't have anything to eat. So as a medical case, we are lucky to have till now we have not such a shortage of oxygen or something. So medically we are treated here well, and most of the people are under home quarantine. But the people who find it, because here it is an island, and near about 572 islands are there, scattered island. To one island, there is no access to go. Also, there is transportation difficulties, connectivity issues, because nowadays the helicopter service, the boat service is also suspended for because of to control the COVID. So the people who are stranded over here in some of the islands, they are also facing very much difficulties to stay, because the expenditure is more, because for food and all, they are not getting. The shops are they're closed by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. After that, there will be no shops open also. So it's a challenge. I would like to know Mr. Bilal Khan, who is working on this, and because you have well explained about the problems and the challenges and the solutions. So I would like to know what from our resources, or what we can help as a. And before that, I am very much appreciate Shaheen Rahman ma'am, because one that Miss Prerna was very before my message, that message, yes, hope, message of hope, chidiya wala bahut acha raha, because that gives an inspiration and motivation to us to work towards the people. And like she told, our part, our responsibility are also there. हमसे जो भी हो सकते, छोटे से छोटे, बड़े से बड़े, हम लोगों को एक दूसरों को इस कोविड में हेल्प करना चाहिए. लोगों का जितना हो सकते हम लोग करना चाहिए. Thank you.
Right, ma'am. And thank you for your question. So would you like to answer it?
I'm sorry, what was the last bit Mariam ji said?
Ji sir.
Ma'am, would you like to cut it short and ask your question? It will be convenient for us.
Yeah. Just because, sorry. Actually, my question is that now the people finding a difficulty in getting their daily work, because they daily the private workers who are mostly actually very poor, and they mainly depend upon the daily work only. So now this because of this COVID second wave, they are compelled to stay at home. And if they stay at home, how they will survive? That is my question.
All right, ma'am.
Actually, that's the larger question we all are asking. That how people will survive. It's not it's not a one one. Nobody can give answer to that, but we can always can always discuss this and talk about it. We should do it because it is something that has become this section of the society was so invisibilized. Nobody knew about it. We come to know about the migrant. I think we for the first time, I think we started talking about them. For the first time, we started using some dignified language for them. But because otherwise, working class people are historically, if you look historical texts, you will see how they have been treated, about kind of derogatory language or words are used against them. So for the first time, people come to know about their situation, their their condition, in what situation they live. So it's bad that it has to happen to for the entire world to know that okay, this people, there are people who live in under this situation, how bad it is. They don't even have enough to survive for 1 month without earning any money. They don't have enough saving to survive the lockdown. So we have people like that, who rely on only on daily wages, and that is too meager. But it's not that nothing can't be done. If we really want to do, if the government, if they the political will, they can it can be done. It's not that our governments don't have enough resources. For example, Maharashtra, uh, there are worker boards, there are boards for construction workers. There are boards for domestic workers, who work as domestic help. So in Maharashtra, the construction workers board alone has 21,000 crore lying in their bank account, in the bank account of that board, and it's not being utilized. So with that money, only with fraction of that money, we can take care of the hunger crisis of the workers in Maharashtra, at least. And it won't require much resources. Like as far as as far as food requirement is concerned, if the government set up kitchens like the community kitchens that we set up within the community, it was easy to for every worker to come outside, take food pack, then just go back home and kill their hunger. So if the government also skill this, adopt this model and set up food centers within the community, at least food crisis, food requirement can be taken care of. Similarly, if the government set up temporary clinics within bastis, within workers settlement, first COVID first aid can be taken care. Small, those small measurement that one needs to take in the initial phase of COVID, so that can be done. A small step, if the government don't, then government do, then a lot of thing can be, a lot of crisis can be minimized, mitigated. And but uh, but uh, but it doesn't stop here, because we have people who have requirement beyond just eating food. Like, we have people with special dietary requirements, like, there are HIV positive, poor people who are HIV positive. We have so firstly, they are suffering from the stigma in the society. Okay, somebody is positive, HIV positive, so one should not talk to them. So because of that, they get neglected and marginalized. Secondly, these people who are HIV positive, or or suffering from other diseases which require uh, you know uh, additional nutrition to be able to maintain in their immunity. They need food beyond a basic meal. So what about the special dietary requirement of those patients, people? And then we have lactating mothers. In the poor community, we have lactating mothers who need to breast milk, provide milk to their children. What about them? How are they going to what about the additional nutrition these mother requires? Similarly, you require additional nutrition during pregnancy. So what about that? We have a huge population of malnourished children. So it can't be addressed by a simple food packets. So though the food center will be able to address the hunger crisis, but it won't be able to take care of all the dietary requirements. So we have to be mindful of that, and and it's the time that our governments take lessons from this situation, and better the public healthcare, public other other services system, and social security system also, for that matter.
Right, sir. Next up, we have Miss Garima Tiwari. Miss Garima, would you like to unmute yourself?
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Very good afternoon to you, ma'am. Where are you from, ma'am? And how has been your experience so far? How
So,
does
ma'am,
you? Yeah,
very good
I wanted
afternoon
to
to
know
all.
how is your feeling? How is your feeling behind during the time of this pandemic? Would you like to share your feelings and your experience? Because as I know, you are from a school, and how has been your days, ma'am?
So yes, ma'am, it has been challenging as a teacher, and however, we have to manage and cope up. We have to be the pillar of strength to all our students. So I come from a very prestigious school of Indraprastha Global School, Noida, and hearing to all the important things that Mr. Bilal Khan said earlier. My question to you, sir, is when you talked about the underprivileged women of our society, is there a way that we can provide them with access to resources and training as to make their own sanitary pads? Because if they do get the training, they'll be able to utilize that training and apply it in their daily lives and become self-reliant. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, definitely it can be organized. Even we can also facilitate certain, those training sessions. But only thing that one needs to be qualified enough to be like, I have my doubts about that whether those pads will be, foolproof, so that they don't leak. Because several people had approached it about it. Say they said, okay, why don't we make them self-reliant? Why don't they make pads of their own. So if there are models which can really help, then we are open, and there are women group who are willing to do this. And then the only thing that we have to be careful is that they need to be really sanitized. It's a very sensitive hygienic thing. So if all of this is taken care of, and if you want us to do something, if you want us to facilitate it, we would be very happy to do that. And it's a very nice suggestion, so I welcome that. And thank you for your thoughts. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to Garima ma'am as well. Next up, we have Miss Anjali Tiade. Ma'am, would you like to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and put forward your question, please?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you
Good
are.
afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, being working as a teacher, I would just like to know, because you're working in such a way, frontline, working as a frontline worker, and it's a very crucial time. So I would like to ask you, sir, I would like to know that in your point of view, any time in your life, have you come across such a situation where you have just put thought of it that I should not have come to this field, or felt low at your end?
I think I would have felt low if I had not done this work. It's full of guilt. In especially in this time, in this critical time, if you take a few moments for yourself, and those few moments filled with a lot of guilt. Okay, that there's so much crisis out there. So many people are suffering, and I am somebody who uh, you know uh, can do something about it, because I have been there in the field. I know communities, I know people directly who are suffering. And in this time, if I don't do anything, it will be full of regret. I will be really very low. So I feel good. I feel not good. You can't say this in this time, but at least I don't feel bad when I'm out, when I'm doing something, when I can be of help to anybody. And I think that's the spirit we all should be showing in this time, because we have seen how the situation bad has gone, how bad it has gone. So so whatever we can do, we should do. And I think it's not about feeling low. I think it's I feel it's my duty, and I think it's the duty of everyone to do whatever they can in this critical time.
All
Great,
right,
sir. Great.
sir.
Thank you so much.
So we have,
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, most welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, having known about your journey, we also want to know what has been the lowest point of your career when you thought कि नहीं अभी इससे नहीं हो पाएगा, ये नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे, or was there any such point at your life, sir? Would you like to share about it?
Right now I can't think of something, and I'm not saying that I've not seen these kind of time. I actually, the kind of depressing situation I work in, I come across these kind of situation. It I think, yeah, it happens with me when I'm dealing with multiple things at one time, and I feel bad, that why have I taken so many things at same time. But if I don't take it, then I take it only when there is no body else to do that. And every situation required enough time and energy, and focus and attention. Uh, so so uh, so it's really become really exhausting. Sometimes you also feel burnt out, and now I have to become, and when you're working in a critical, in a depressing situation, in this miserable situation, uh, if you start showing your emotion, you won't be able to do it. You have to be really mechanical. So uh,
Yeah.
I have to be, people may find me really mechanical and heartless person, but if you don't follow that approach, at least for me, if I don't follow that approach, then I won't be able to. I'm generally very emotional person, but when I am there out there in the field, I have to be really mechanical, because for example, I was saying that we distribute ration to in the poor community. And when we are going, like for example, if we are going in a community, where there are 500 households, 500 houses are there, and we are supplying only 200 families, and the rest of the 400 families come pleading to you, asking you to also help them, and you are not able to do that. And so to deal with that, to be able to explain them, make them understand that okay, we'll try our best to do uh, to also help them, instead of feeling bad and saying that, oh, I was not able to do it, and then I should not do it. So shouldn't be the approach. So there are low point, uh, but I don't have that choice not to be
Yes.
to become as good.
Right. So I think that's the difference between a normal person and a person who has been working in the front line, cannot really ignore and cannot really just think about his failures. Yes, sir. We agree. So next up we have Ms. Gauri Dubey. Ms. Gauri, would you like to put forward your question and introduce yourself? Yes, Ms. Gauri, you can ask your question.
So good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. As we are seeing this condition of COVID, so I want to know that after post-COVID, the conditions won't be same. We will have to face different kind of situations. So I want to know that whether the companies, the private sector or the government sector will implement some laws that will help the workers and the company people, that at least financially, to come up with some help. Can this happen in future?
Thank
You're
you so
saying
much,
that
ma'am. Thank you for your question.
I want to understand your question correctly. Are you saying that post lockdown, government or companies do something for their workers so that they don't have to face similar situation in future? Are you saying that?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that's what our governments and all the private companies are supposed to do. Like in India, we have adopted the lockdown model. Uh, which is basically to shut everything down and try to just control the virus. But it's not completely India friendly measure, because it has come from Western countries. It was first China. It was in China, and then it spread in over Europe and in the Western countries. So these are countries who have very strong social security system. When they shut down any economic activity, they don't forget about their workers. They provide them with insurance. They provide them with insurance is always part of their job, come as part of the package of the job. But they don't forget it, because they keep providing them with some basic sustenance knowledge, so that they don't starve in situation like this. So in India, while whenever imposing lockdown, they should be very mindful of people who have very meager incomes, and make enough arrangement for those people, so that they don't be devoid of all the basic requirement of any human being. So yes, it should be made part. Our social security system should be very strong, be made very strongly, especially for the workers. Social security for many who don't may not be knowing, it's basically taking care of people in time of distress, taking care of elderly people, people who have retired, who have attained an age where when they cannot work, and so these social security scheme are for those weak people and helpless people, so that their basic requirement like food, healthcare is taken care of. These schemes should have been implemented by now, because we have a Social Security Act in India, but that has not been implemented yet. It was passed in 2008, but till today it has not been implemented, and because of that, people have not been registered, and that's why they are not registered with the government, and we don't acknowledge them, and that's why they are not getting any support from the government.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, sir, it was really, I would like to wind up this session. It was really enriching, and it was interactive to have you with us today, talking about so many different things, be it working as a frontline worker or other things that you have experienced so far. We also enjoyed, and it was really nice to have learned your personal experience as a frontline worker. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure. I also enjoyed, and it's nice to be here and be part of this session. And all the best to you for all your upcoming webinars and sessions.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have an expert discussion on building public confidence in vaccination. So please stay here with us. Of course, there will be other sessions which are lined up till 6 p.m. and we will be really happy to have you with us.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I can leave, right, Nora?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, bye.
Bye, sir. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you so much, Shani. Hello, Poonam ma'am. Can we have a mic check also?
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Honor to have you on floor. So
It's my
thank you
pleasure.
so much. We are going to start at 3.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, Naveen sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
My voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Can you please switch on your camera as well?
Just hold on. It is saying that the video is stopped by the host, hence you can't start the video.
Okay, so give me a second. Ritik, can you please do the changes?
Yeah, sir, please try now.
Yeah, now it's done.
Ritik. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm and a humble welcome to our marathon of webinar Avalamb. My name is Shivani Bhatia, and I will be your moderator for this session. A brief introduction about SHARP NGO. SHARP stands for School Health Annual Report Program. It's a pan-India non-governmental health organization working from over 22 years in the field of holistic development and healthcare of students. About Avalamb. Avalamb is a national level campaign by SHARP NGO to raise hope during this time of pandemic. It is an initiative to bring by our organization to bring hope, support, happiness in some or the other way. This is a session. This is the marathon of 24 session for over 6 days. And the marathon of webinar by Sharp will come out as one such platform where you will be made aware through important discussion. It will be an eye opener for all of you, from our expert panelists, saviors, from caregivers, and some fun activities as well. This is one such Avalamb segment where we have our experts, our panelists, where you get a chance to hear and ask questions from our expert panelist. With the devastating second wave of COVID-19, vaccine are the most effective intervention that would help in overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But with the myth, some fake news, the ongoing fear among the people regarding the effectiveness of vaccine, there are so many questions that we have in our mind. And today we are going to talk about building public confidence in vaccine. And for the same objective of discussion, we have with us Dr. Poonam Joshi and Dr. Naveen Sethi. Few instruction before we start the webinar. We will let each panelist speak first, and then we will have the Q&A round. I request all the panelists to please stick to the time limit, and audience to drop in their question in the Q&A box, as we will be taking up live question. And as you know, one best live sharpest question of the day will get a gift voucher worth rupees 500. So without any further ado, I invite our first panelist of the day, Dr. Poonam Joshi. Dr. Poonam Joshi is an associate professor in nursing, College of Nursing, AIMS, New Delhi, and holds a PhD degree in nursing and has 70 publications in her credit. She is a master trainer for many health and medical services like essential newborn care, AIDS, tuberculosis, and many more. Dr. Poonam is also a writer, written books and monogram on diabetes mellitus, pediatric nursing, and nursing education. She also have many awards and felicitation under her name, like first prize in exhibition of Student Nurse Association, pediatric health nursing, and best staff nurse, and lot more felicitation. We are so honored to have you, ma'am. Over to you. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm grateful to the SHARP organization for giving me this opportunity to deliberate on vaccination, its usage in general public, and how we are going to get benefited with the mass vaccination program which is being planned by Government of India. So just to start with, I would like to say that recently we are facing the second wave of COVID-19, and which as you said, has a very devastating effect on the entire population. And there are reasons for it, because the virus has changed its shape. It is not the one which it was originally originated in China, the Wuhan city. Now it has changed its shape and its structure, and has in fact become more and more virulent. So that is the reason now large population has got affected. And as we all know that recently the ISMR and the Government of India and WHO has declared COVID-19 as an airborne infection. So with this brief introduction, I would like to start my presentation. Can I have the second slide, please? So, as we all know that COVID-19 vaccines, they are very safe, effective, and they are built to save lives. And this is something we have to realize. And as I know that I'm talking to a very highly educated group of audience, and they can be the ambassador and they can propagate its usage among the general population. As you have access to your students, to their parents, so it's a very nice opportunity to deliberate on COVID-19 and its and the vaccination which we have right now as a guard. Till January 2021, when we did not have vaccine, we were mainly depending upon three important guards, and they were the maintaining social distancing, maintaining hand hygiene, and making use of masks. But now, with the introduction of vaccine, now you can see we are here with the four guards, and these are the four guards which are going to protect us, and we are going to come out of this wave. And I'm sure if we make our vaccination program popular, we are going to come out of this pandemic, which is currently affecting us physically as well as mentally. Next slide, please. So here I would like to bring to your kind notice, there are certain threats which undermine the effectiveness of immunization program. Fortunately, large number of people in India, they look for the scientific evidence, and the majority of them are right now convinced that vaccination is something which is going to protect us right now. This is a very strong weapon we have in our hand to fight against it, against COVID-19 infection. But still, you will find there are still significant number of people who are carried away by the myths and the rumors which are spread through the mass media, and especially through the WhatsApp group. And you can appreciate this by realizing the fact that when we were coming over the pandemic, that is when we had very limited cases of COVID during the month of January and February, we found there were few takers for the vaccine. But now people are eagerly coming forward, and they are getting themselves registered, as they have realized that the vaccine is the only way to help us to come out of this pandemic. So as the healthcare professionals as well as the educators whom I am addressing to today, it is our duty to dispel the myths and to bring more and more awareness among the general public. Next slide, please. Now, about the vaccine, we know right now there are different types of vaccines available, and they are mainly live vaccines. If we talk about COVID-19, we have a vaccine which exclusively act against the virus as a whole. We have some vaccines which are going to act against the protein component of the virus, and then we have RNA and DNA vaccines. So all these vaccines are going to help us, and with the help of these vaccines, we can protect ourselves. So uh, this is our prime duty to come forward and get ourselves vaccinated. However, like any other vaccine, you will find COVID-19 virus, the vaccine which is effective against COVID-19, that also includes some minor side effects. The side effects could be in the form of fever, headache, or muscle ache, which is lasting for a period of 2 to 3 days. And we have to understand that these side effects are very, very minor as compared to the symptoms which an individual experiences after getting infected with COVID-19. So these vaccines, these are live attenuated vaccines. And I would like to explain the concept of live attenuated vaccine. Means the virus is live, but it's been cultured number of times in the laboratory, and thereby its antigenicity has been reduced. Means its ability to cause the disease is reduced, is minimized in the laboratory, but its immunogenicity, that is ability to protect us against the infection, remains. So this is how the vaccine is going to help us. And I'm sure you have heard of many people getting some minor symptoms following COVID-19 vaccine. But these symptoms are very, very minor and they are manageable as compared to the full-blown disease which has been observed in those who are non-immunized. So no doubt about it that COVID-19 vaccine is not preventing positivity, but it is definitely preventing the deaths. And as you have read in the newspaper, the people who are, especially the healthcare workers who are right now serving the population affected with COVID-19, the critically ill admit patients we have in the ICUs and in the ward who are very symptomatic, requiring oxygen. So these healthcare workers have become positive after vaccination, but their symptoms have been very mild and they are able to come out of it easily. So that's one of the biggest advantage of getting vaccinated. Next slide, please. Very few, maybe less than 1%, or maybe even then, less than that, you will find can develop anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a kind of severe adverse reaction. But the setting where the vaccines are administered, the administration, the authorities make sure that we have facilities available to take care of or to manage the adverse reactions occurring because of vaccination. Now we have to understand what vaccination is. Vaccination is basically, it's a process of inoculation of an antigenic substance which has the ability to produce antibodies in an individual. So these are the antibodies which are going to protect us against the infection. Next slide, please. Now, the next important question is why vaccination is important. Vaccination is important so that we have a good number of antibodies in our body and which are going to fight against the infection. We are doing our activities, we are going out, and because of the high infectivity rate, the individual is likely to become infected easily despite taking measures. But these vaccines are going to build up adequate level of antibodies in our body, and then this is how we are going to get ourselves protected. And an individual who has been vaccinated is likely to transmit less virulent COVID-19 infection to the people around him. So that way also you can see the vaccine has its own benefit. Next slide. Now, how does the vaccine work? Here you can see in the slide, as I told you, it's a small amount of harmless form of disease, means inactivated virus which has been grown in a or cultured in a lab, has been repeatedly done so that it loses its antigenicity. Antigenicity means ability to cause the disease, but still retain the ability to protect against the infection. So once the vaccine is given to us, it is taking approximately 2 to 3 week time for us to build up the antibodies to fight off the infection. And then if you encounter the disease again, if you encounter the virus again, so the antibodies which are built up inside your body, they are going to protect you. They are not going to make you sick, but your body is going to fight against the infection and you will successfully come out of it. So this is how a vaccine works. Next slide. Now, what does a vaccine contain? So a vaccine has an active ingredient, that is a very small harmless amount of virus in it. Sorry. And then it has some water as an main ingredient. Some preservatives and stabilizers are added, so which add to the potency of the vaccine. And we have some adjuvants. So normally an ideal vaccine has a combination of all these. It has an active ingredient, it has water in it, it has a preservative stabilizer which keeps it potent for a longer duration, and adjuvants also. Mainly it is the aluminum compounds which are going to again add to the potency of the vaccine. So these are a few things which are present ordinarily in every vaccine. Not only in COVID vaccine, you will find in almost every vaccine has these kind of components. Next slide, please. Now, why should I get vaccinated? Again, I need to get myself vaccinated so that I have adequate level of antibodies in my body, and that can protect me from getting infected. This is further going to help us in building up of the herd immunity, which we'll see in the next slide. When should I get vaccinated? As soon as you are given an offer or you get to know that there is a vaccine existing, you have to get yourself vaccinated. And Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they have been putting it through the mass media, through the newspapers. They are making all the individuals, they are requesting all the individuals to get themselves vaccinated. So again, you can see those who are vaccinated, they have less risk of getting the illness. If they get disease, they are going to manifest very milder symptoms, which are easily manageable, and they have a reduced length of contagion. That is, they are going to be infectious for a shorter duration. So they are less likely to transmit a highly virulent virus. So less virulent virus is going to get transmitted to all those who are coming in the vicinity of these individuals who are vaccinated. On the other hand, those who are not vaccinated and who are coming in contact with the virus, they are at high risk of developing the illness. You know, the COVID-19 mainly affects the respiratory system, and later on it may lead to multi-organ system failure, as we have seen in critically ill patients. However, we must realize that it is a very small proportion of patients who are becoming seriously ill. But still, since there is a very high mortality associated with this group of patients, so we have to be very, very careful. And these patients, they tend to have very worse symptoms because they are not vaccinated, and they remain infectious, contagious for a longer duration. So what is advisable? As soon as you are offered or you get an opportunity, or as you get to know about the vaccination program going on, please volunteer yourself. Try to find out the scientific information. Try to look at the evidences, and then make a quick decision to get yourself vaccinated. And as you all know, there are 2 doses being given to an individual at an interval of 4 to 6 weeks. But person has to continue wearing mask. The COVID-19 appropriate behavior should be continued even after taking the vaccine. However, we have seen in our setup, the people, they tend to become very carefree, assuming that since they are vaccinated, they have no more any risk. But one should realize that the risk of getting infected still remains, and it's only after a period of 2 to 3 weeks you will find your body will start building up the antibodies, and continue maintaining social distancing, and do practice hand hygiene. Next slide. Now, how do vaccine protect the individuals and the community? Again, with this pictorial, we would like to understand how an individual develops the antibodies. So here you can see the vaccine, which is a live attenuated vaccine. This vaccine is administered to an individual, and this vaccine induces a minor kind of infection, and that helps in building up of the memory cells. So these memory cells later on are responsible for providing long-term immunity to us. So at this point of time, it is only the vaccine which is going to help us. That is to be accepted and realized by all of us. Next slide. So here you can see the benefits of immunization. 2 slides you can see, which can help you in understanding the concept of mass immunization, why we are too much interested in bringing awareness among the general public. So in the first picture you can see there are group of people who are susceptible to COVID infection, and 2 are already infected. None of them have undergone any immunization program. So after some time, what do you find? Majority of all those who were susceptible, they turn to infectious patients. And at the end, you can see only very few, just 1 or 2 remain susceptible. The majority of the patients, majority of individuals, they develop the infection, and they continue to spread infection to larger and larger number of people. So this is the problem we have if we are not immunizing ourselves. On the other hand, you can see on the next slide, you can see with immunization, sorry, please go back to the previous slide. So here you can see, like the slide which is shown on your left, you can see there were initially only 2 people who were infected. A large majority of people, say around 50 to 60% of the people were immunized, and around 20 to 30% were not immunized. They were susceptible. But what happened with the large number of people getting vaccinated or getting immunized? uh, you can see what happened. The majority of them, they developed the herd immunity, and the number of infections also continued to remain less. So there was only increase from 2 to 4, while in the left side slide you can see the number, the 2 infectious person, they rose to multiple infectious person. So that's the advantage of getting immunized or vaccinated. Now I would like to help you to understand the difference between vaccination and immunization. Vaccination means the just one shot you have taken. Suppose today I get first dose of my vaccine, that is known as vaccination. I have undergone a process of vaccination. But if I complete my both doses, my second dose as well, after 6 weeks of my first inoculation, that would be called as a state of immunization. Means when I complete my both the doses, then I am considered to be immunized. While with the one dose, I will call myself as vaccinated. Next slide, please. Now, again, a very big question still chasing us. To a majority of us, we are still suspicious about the safety of vaccine. Next slide, please. Especially, sorry, when the government of India had allowed some vaccines to be used for emergency use, when the third trial of the vaccine was going on. So here we have to understand how the vaccines are developed and they are tested. Normally, it takes a very long time for the vaccine to develop, and the vaccine has to undergo number of phases. There are 4 phases. Phase 1 is where we are taking a small group of healthy volunteers, and we are trying to find out whether the vaccine is safe. Is there any serious side effect, and how does vaccine do? And then we are also deciding the dose related and trying to relate it with the side effects. So that is happening in phase 1. Thereafter we have phase 2, where we tend to include larger number of volunteers. In phase 3 also, you can see we have many more volunteers added, and then it is only after phase 3 the vaccine is approved for the general public use. And prior to phase 1, you have to understand that the vaccine is tried in the animals. So there is a first preliminary trial in animals, followed by 4 phases, and then the vaccine is considered to be is declared as safe. But Government of India during phase 3 trial allowed it for emergency use, so as to make sure that the large number of people are saved. Their life could be saved in any kind of emergency. So the phase 3 trial will help you in deciding that and declaring that the vaccine is safe.
Uh, Excuse me, ma'am.
However,
I'm so sorry
Casey,
for
yes.
so sorry for disturbing, but if you can wind up.
Yes, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll quickly finish my
So sorry
slide.
for
Next
disturbing.
slide.
Yes.
It's okay. I can understand. You can share these slides with the audience.
Thank
So
you so much.
vaccine trust is important. And then we have to instill confidence among the general public. And as healthcare professional, as educator, you can do this job very nicely, and you will be able to do justice to it. Next slide, please. Now, making people accepting the fact that vaccine is potent, is safe. It's a very big challenge for all of us. And here lies our responsibility. Next. And whenever you get an opportunity to get yourself vaccinated, please do inform others, motivate them. That is going to help others to get motivated and come forward for vaccination. So here you can see it is a continuum, and you can see there is a stage which is starting from a stage of refusal, passive acceptance, and then people are demanding for it. And right now you can see people in the newspaper and in TV, you can see people are uh, staying in queues for and waiting for their turn to get vaccinated. Next slide, please. So here is our responsibility as healthcare professional. Next slide, please. So vaccination confidence, the vaccine confidence starts with me. This is how we have to propagate to the others, to our patients, to our family, and to our friends. So please make everybody know about the vaccine drive which is going on. Next slide. And do celebrate it when you are getting yourself vaccinated, but do not forget to observe the safety measures, the appropriate, the COVID appropriate behavior. Next slide. Next slide, we can skip this. Then we have some frequently asked questions. Next slide, please. How do we know if COVID-19 vaccine is safe? Please do ask the people who are having the scientific knowledge about it. Please do review the literature, the appropriate literature, check its authenticity, and take it from us, from the medical field, the medical experts, that these vaccines are safe and they have been tested. Next slide. Is it safe to take vaccine if you have allergies? An individual will be made to undergo detailed history taking and the physical examination, and then only it is decided whether an individual is appropriate for receiving the vaccination or not, if he has some kind of serious allergies. Next slide. The morbid conditions like diabetes, hypertension, renal disease, they are no contraindication that we have to keep in our mind. However, pregnancy and lactation period, right now, as per Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, it has been said that it is not to be given. So we are waiting from them to issue us the directives so that the vaccine can also be safely administered to those who are pregnant and breastfeeding. The research activities are going on right now. Next slide. So these vaccines have been already tested in large number of population. Next slide, please. Is it better to get natural immunity rather than immunity from vaccine? Here I would like to spend some time. Getting immunity from vaccine it's like having infection in a controlled setting, the minor illness, and we are protected. It's better to have immunity from the vaccine rather than getting natural immunity from the disease. Next slide. Will it hurt? It won't. Only minor side effects are there, which get over in a period of 2 to 3 days time. Next slide.
Ma'am, we can take up some question in the Q&A round.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So with this, I stop here, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was so power-packed information about everything, right from the basic to like what is vaccine and how it protects us. Thank you so much. It was so amazing. Like it cleared my myth at least. So some question we are going to cover in the Q&A round. Now I invite our next panelist of the day, Dr. Naveen Sethi, currently working as a chief of party, Roadmap School Immunization Project with Plan India, involved in area of capacity building, project management, training quality, and other healthcare technologies in low resource settings. Expertise in managing Government of India flagship programs like RMN CH plus A at various levels. Also worked under different public health projects like UNICEF, PPE, and mother and child health care. So has a strong clinical background as well, working in HIV, AIDS, communicable, non-communicable disease. We are so honored to have you, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks Sharp for having me, and thanks Dr. Poonam for a wonderful power pack presentation. Actually, Dr. Poonam has covered most of the things. So recently we have gone worked on this vaccine awareness for COVID actually across 17 districts in plan actually. So, though the vaccine is safe and there is eagerness in the community, but some pockets have resistance or vaccine hesitancy. Basically, they have some myths and misconceptions, like loss of wages is one. Like the side effects will cause loss of wages among the masses, like who are the daily wage earners. So they will have to stay for 1 or 2 days, basically develop fever. There is a lot of misconception actually among the community. So, and there are some areas where the vaccine centers are less. Actually, India is a very huge population, and the vaccination centers has to be equitable. Now you have to advocate equitable vaccination centers because in urban population, if you see, urban population, urban dispensary is actually covering more than 2 lakh, 3 lakh of population, and vaccination a session will actually give you 180 to 200 shots, actually 200 vaccination shots. So people are eager to get vaccines. They have gone to the vaccine. I am actually sharing the insights from the field actually which I got. So I have interacted the community across India actually. So they have gone to the vaccination centers and came back actually due to the lack of vaccines, or they not didn't got the turn out there actually. So there is three type of community people. Like the one are there, they're very eager to get the vaccine. Second is the wait and watch, people who are waiting and watching actually. So let my neighbor get the vaccine and then I will get the vaccine. And third is the actually resistant people actually, who are actually not willing to get vaccine due to various reasons, or due to religious reasons, like कोई religious reason है, कोई faith है, कोई culture है, मतलब they say that कि by we don't have a culture of vaccines in our. So there are various types of vaccine hesitancy, and obviously vaccine hesitancy is a very complex phenomenon. So though the literate or the urban class is very eager to get the vaccines actually, but in the lower class, if you see the below poverty line or the last mile people don't have knowledge about vaccine, and the information which is going is not appropriate. Basically, information is going to the WhatsApp network from their leaders or from their community. So that is causing the problem actually. But gradually we will overcome this, and because now a lot of people are willing to take the vaccine actually, and there are a lot of misconceptions among that. What is the use of taking vaccine? You can develop COVID. As Dr. Poonam said, that COVID appropriate behaviors are very important even after taking vaccines, and people get complacence after taking the vaccine because we did it. We don't have a herd immunity presently actually. That is the reason we have to follow the COVID appropriate behaviors. So vaccination is only the key to get rid of this COVID cycle and get rid of these lockdowns actually. So we are actually promoting mitigation of vaccine hesitancy and awareness among people in Plan and India, and we are working with the government actually to strengthen the program. So we are working with the communities, and we are working on this eagerness as well as vaccine hesitancy part of this. And the messages which we give, the give is COVID vaccine is 100% safe, and you will not get a severe COVID disease when you get vaccinated, because the new mutant strain is actually affecting both the lungs. Actually, you are getting violent pneumonia. Why oxygen demand has increased? Because the average patient stay has increased. Actually, now it was roughly 4 to 5 days in the last wave. Now it is almost 10 days in an ICU actually. So that's why the crisis is there. And to prevent this, vaccination is only one of the key to get rid of this pandemic. Actually. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Well said. And I want to tell you, I am from the first category. So I want to get vaccinated very soon. So thank you so much for sharing your experience, the ground reality. So before moving forward to the Q&A round, we have a very experienced panelist working on ground. So I would like to request our panelists if they would like to share their experience. Like, ma'am, any challenges that you are facing? You are working in AIMS and so working in immunization project. So what are the challenges that you are facing from the society or on ground? Would you like to
Uh,
share any of your experience?
Actually, right now we are facing the shortage of vaccine, and I'm sure it is likely to be over in coming days. And we have right now it's only for 45 plus, and even I'm waiting for my son to get vaccinated. And um, our healthcare workers, our nursing students, we motivated them since they were working, so they got an opportunity to get themselves vaccinated. But initially it was really tough for us to convince them, to prepare them, uh, and to go for vaccination. So this was a challenge we had in front of us. But now, since they are vaccinated, what we are doing, we are going to utilize them in our clinical area, as more and more healthcare workers are going to become positive, and we have to have a backup plan with us. So there is a plan to keep the final year MBBS students and nursing students, so that they can take the workload of these patients in the ICU, and on rotation basis we have a plan to post them in the wards. So right now we are stressed, but we are at the same time motivating our students. We are preparing them mentally, and we are giving them training so that they are confident to work in the COVID units. Thank you.
Massive respect for all of you, ma'am, like all the frontline workers, the healthcare workers, everyone, how you are motivating them and how you are preparing their mind so they can work for all of us. So, sir, would you like to share any of the challenges that you are facing?
Yeah, challenges are basically as supply side challenges. Dr. Poonam has
Mhm.
said that there is a vaccination shortage sometimes, but there are demand side challenge also. There are some areas where vaccination is quite available, but the
Right.
community is resistant or community is having hesitancy. And some area where the community is eager to get the vaccine, but there is less facility of vaccination centers. So there is a mismatch of the supply and demand actually. Supply side is taken care of by the government very easily, but the demand side basically the still the awareness and the messaging actually needs to be strengthened actually. So the messages which are going, and the WhatsApp is actually very dangerous media actually, which
Right.
is being used, and which is being used by the anti-vaccine lobby and the anti-social elements actually, which doesn't want the success of this program actually, because we are lucky enough in India that the government is providing the vaccine free of cost actually to the masses. So this is the messages we are propagating. So demystification will take some time actually, but we are continuously working on uh, because there are also people who had initially got the vaccine above 60. They had some adverse event following vaccination. Even after a 3 months period, if a old person dies, that is attributed to vaccination actually. So that becomes a problem, because everything, if a person dies due to accident, that is attributed to vaccination actually. So this is the community perspective I'm telling about. So because you have to demystify the communities with the community leaders and the medical officers there on the PSC, CSC, and the physicians front like IMA and IAP and FOXY. Actually, these are professional bodies, and with government actually. So I think we will tackle this bit of vaccine hesitancy and also eagerness with the increasing supply of the vaccination or increasing vaccination centers.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So, you mostly cleared all the question, or you mostly sort out all the myths, but we still have some question from our audience. So, I would like to invite Kiran Timothy. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Please unmute yourself and ask the question. Kiran?
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Kiran Timothy. the Aditya Birla Public School, Awarpur, District Chandrapur. Ma'am, my question is, people tell that if we get fever and side effects after taking vaccine, that means it is effective. But if we do not get side effects, people will tell vaccine is not effective on you. Ma'am, what can you tell about it?
Hello, I would like to say that side effects vary from individual to individual. Some individuals tolerate it very well. They have not shown any kind of side effects, while there are some people who experience GI upset. There are people who complain of fatigue, malaise, and some might have fever, and some have even tested positive. They have developed true symptoms of the disease, and later on they were found to be positive. This happened in case of my colleagues, both of them after second dose. But fortunately, it is because of the vaccine. It is the vaccine which has saved them, you can say. After second dose, they had symptoms and they were tested positive too. But with the 4 to 5 days of short illness, they could come out of it and recover. So please do communicate to every individual that side effects, they may vary from individual to individual in its intensity and severity.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
So
you so much, ma'am.
thank you, Kiran, for putting up your question. So, ma'am, there's one of the participant would like to ask a question that there's so much of fake news about menstruation. Like, if a girl is menstruating, she should not get vaccinated. So, would you like to clear this fake news? Like, should we go? Should we not go? What are the myths and what is the reality?
It's purely a myth which needs to be demystified, and have to tell the general public that menstruation as such is not a contraindication. She can go ahead and get herself vaccinated.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So, our next question is from Anita Parihar. Please unmute yourself and you can go ahead with.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. I have really learned a lot so far from your talks. Which was when we have the lower income group of people whom we cannot access through social media or WhatsApp. How do we promote the importance of vaccination and immunization to them?
Can I take this question?
Yes, sir, definitely.
So, Ms. Anita, actually, we are working with the marginalized and the vulnerable population across 17 states. So, our team, as well as government, is actually promoting awareness through various means, actually, through community meetings, through media, and through the ASHA workers, who are the backbone of the NHM, actually, National Health Mission. ASHA is present in 1,000 population every village. So through that ASHA workers, the propagation is, the messages is going on, the line listing of people, eligible people has been done, and vaccination has been done to the masses, because they don't have an access to COVID app. Basically, they don't know how to register, use Arogya Setu. They don't have even mobiles. So that is why the ASHA workers is our backbone, actually, and the sub center and the primary health center is the key, actually, where the vaccination is being conducted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So our next question is from Anita, but from Aarti. But sir, I also have a question from sir and ma'am. Like, if we are going to a vaccination center, then what all precaution we have to follow before and after? Like, before going to the vaccination center, or in the when we are at the vaccination center, and after coming back home, what all precaution should everybody should follow?
Precautions are universal COVID appropriate behaviors. You have to maintain, I would like to say, physical distancing. I don't use word social distancing. So physical distancing, you wear a mask. And most important is, if you are not feeling well, don't go to a vaccination center. You should not have fever, actually, during the vaccination. Okay. So make sure that you register early at the COVID app so that the waiting time decreases, and ensure the COVID appropriate behaviors post vaccination also, like social distancing, avoiding crowds, and watching for any side effects you have. And you should ask question to your vaccinator that what are the side effects, what should I do. Okay, and you should know what helpline or whom to access the care. Generally, what happens is the vaccination is given, the message is not given. You will have fever. That's why the confusion arises among community. So the key messages is very important actually after giving vaccination.
Right. Oh, thank you so much, sir. So, I would like to ask one more question. Like, if a person suffered from COVID-19, so how much gap he or she should keep in between getting the vaccinated?
Actually, a person vaccination can't be done to persons who are actually admitted patients or who are COVID positive. So they should be RT-PCR negative at least 2 weeks to recover. Actually, then ideally to be vaccinated.
Okay, thank you.
Because in COVID-19, if you give more virus, the disease can actually progress or increase.
Okay, so we have to keep a gap of at least 2 weeks to get vaccinated if we suffered from COVID-19. Right, so thank you so much. So now I would like to invite Aarti I'm so sorry, Shankla. So Aarti,
Yeah, good
please
afternoon.
introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am from Indraprastha Global School, Noida. I want to ask 3-4 questions actually. I wanted to ask what is the story behind asymptomatic patients, because I got affected in mid-December, and I don't know how matlab, corona couldn't affect me or what. Second thing, am I able to can I donate plasma, because few people said I can, few people said I can't. I researched on internet, but it's very dicey. Third thing, can high immunity protect us from getting affected again? Fourthly, is corona vaccine will affect the cognitive ability of a person? Because I have read few researches about that too. So, yeah.
So Pooram ma'am, would you like to take up the question, or Naveen sir can also join in?
Actually, these asymptomatic individuals, they go unidentified unless until they get themselves tested. Otherwise, but they continue to remain the potential carriers. We have to understand. So therefore, they are very dangerous, and they have a potential to transmit the infection, though they don't exhibit the symptoms of the disease. So that's the reason everyone has to observe the appropriate behavior. And I think for plasma donation, you have to get your antibodies level tested, and then only the doctors will tell you whether you can be a potential donor or not. Maybe Dr. Naveen can throw some light on this.
The plasma donation can be done within 90 days of the recovery. Basically, when you are there is a convalescent period, that is 3 months convalescent period for the COVID plasma. Like if you have in December, so you're not eligible for a donation actually. So basically, it is from the positive to 90 days actually. So that is 3 months phase, and that will also depend on the antibody titer actually. So that screening is done at the blood bank actually. And other question you asked that one was the asymptomatic, one was plasma donor, and and the neurological side effects you were saying, the cognitive side effects of the vaccine. Actually, there is no proven as such vaccine is safe. There is no cognitive side effects as such.
Our another question was related to good immunity. Definitely, good immunity will
Good.
protect you.
Yeah. Oh, good. Sorry, good immunity will definitely protect against any disease, because COVID is. But the COVID is a very new disease actually, because our body is not adapted to this disease. It is similar to the influenza or the past SARS illness. So now the new mutant virus is actually those persons who are not affected. They have some immunity against the last COVID infection. So your immunity actually is very important to survive the disease. But vaccination is also important to get the immunity actually. Only immunity is not sufficient.
Sir, it's been 2 years now. I am following DIP diet. That is scientifically proven, I believe, by Mr. Roy. So I am following that diet, and somewhere I feel that it has saved me earlier. So
India is such a large country. You are lucky enough to follow these diet, but masses don't have this opportunity. So we rely on locally made foods and locally made things. So you continue with that, and immunity is such that the better you develop, basically there is role of multivitamins also basically in developing immunity. If you can get from natural resources, that is fine, or you can take some supplements also actually. So.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
Also
so much.
important is relaxation and meditation, exercises. So look at towards the positive side of your life and try to enjoy your life, whatever moments you have. Try to spend time with your family. So these are some of the ways you can keep yourself mentally healthy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Yes.
If you reduce the media exposure daily, then your life changes.
Sir, I am actually working on that. As I'm a school counselor, I'm also working with students to let them know that how good, how they can help to maintain their mental health in this time. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aarti. And thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Like the two most distracting thing, like we need relaxation. Relaxation is so important. And media distraction.
Mental status is very important to fight COVID actually. Your mental status affects the immunity also actually.
Right,
So
sir.
that is very important.
Right, sir. That is why we are also conducting this webinar, all the Avalamb event. Like we want to make sure कि जो भी हमारी audience है, they are healthy enough, they are mentally prepared, and if we can distract them and de-stress them for some time. So thank you so much. Our next question is from Garima Tiwari. Hi Garima, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please introduce yourself.
Uh, yes, ma'am. My name is Garima Tiwari, and I am working with Indraprastha Global School, Noida. So first of all, I would like to thank sir and ma'am for a very enriching session today. I learned a lot. And my question is, what are the key factors that determine whether a vaccine is approved for individuals below the age of 18 years? Also, are there any steps being taken to prepare a vaccine specifically for the younger population? Thank you.
So any of the panelists would like to take this question? Like, do we have a vaccination for below 18?
So vaccine is same for above 18 and below 18. Vaccination remains same actually. There is no such age group vaccination for COVID actually. You have the same vaccines for the same age groups actually. And there are FDA approved or the ICMR approved regulatory norms that are being followed for the safety of the vaccine. And government is ensuring that the newer vaccines which are coming, like Sputnik and Moderna, are very safe for the population. And because without safety, it can't be launched in a public health program.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. This was end of our Q&A, end of our webinar. It was such a great discussion. We learned everything. चाहे वो what is vaccine क्या है, ये हमें क्यों protect करती है, हमें कैसे protect करती है, plus sir ने जो हमें ground reality बताई, and you cleared almost all the myth and how WhatsApp University, all the fake news, and it is so important to get vaccinated. It was such a lovely discussion. Thank you so much. The winner for the sharpest question will be announced at 6 at the end of all the session. So all of you please keep awaited for the winner announcement. And once again, thank you so much to the panelists. Anything from the panelists? Anything would you like to share?
We just want to spread this message that the vaccine is safe. Go for the vaccination. Get the vaccination promoted in the community. If they are actually not vaccinated for the side effects, because the side effects is very normal as compared to the severe COVID disease. So we have to fight COVID together, and this is the only way to fight. And wishing you all the best. Keep safe. Take care.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, anything from your side?
You are the real ambassadors, I should say. The teachers, the faculty, the educators, please do communicate and try to spread the message that everyone should go forward and take the vaccine. Stay safe.
Thank you so much. We all are in this together. So one last message that everyone please get vaccinated so we can save our nation. So thank you so much. I request the audience to be present for our next communication talk segment, which will be going to start at 4. And we have Dr. Meher. She is a professor from Lady Shri Ram College. So our next session will going to start right after this. Thank you so much.
Hi, Dr. Neha. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah, hi. There's a lot of music playing, so I don't know if I'll be able to hear you speak.
This is just for the transition. We'll start
All
at
right.
go off.
All right.
I hope your appointment went well.
Yes, it did. I have a little bit of a muscle pull, and I was wincing with pain, but now I'm better. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. We'll begin in about 4 minutes.
Right, sure.
All right, thank you.
A very good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Mehek Sharma. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. And today, we know that in this pandemic, we have been hit by the second wave of coronavirus, and it's more dangerous. So the thing which is very important to understand is that you should have an optimum nutrition and proper physical activity to take care of yourself. So when I talk about optimum nutrition, it is not just a determinant of the well-being of a human individual, but it also helps in treating and preventing many non-communicable diseases which act as a consequence of post-COVID situation. So when I talk about optimum nutrition, you have to include all the food groups which are required by the body. For example, you need to have at least 4 servings of fruits every day, 5 servings of vegetables every day, any fruits and any vegetable, because they are micronutrients. They have micronutrients and they are rich in vitamins and minerals. And not even this, they act as an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory agents, and they strengthen your immune system. So it's very important to consume them. Another advice which I can give you is that you have to consume whole cereals and whole pulses, because the cereals are the one which helps you to control the obesity. As we are very sedentary workers right now, we are working from home, so our physical activity is very low. So the whole cereals will help you to take care of your weight. And when you talk about pulses or you talk about high biological value proteins, again they are very important for the body. High biological value proteins are like milk, meat, fish, egg, and pulses like soya chunks or any pulse. You can be any legumes which you can consume, and consume in every meal. Consume in every meal because they are the one which make antibodies and enzymes in our body. Okay, so enzymes, hormones, all are made of proteins. So this will also help in strengthening your immune system. And when you talk about curd or a yogurt, so you can mix fruits with yogurts because yogurt will take care of your gut flora. Okay, so gut flora has to be good in infection, during infection, or after infection. The first most important thing which affects in our body is gut flora. Okay, so to maintain that, you need to have at least good amount of yogurt, probiotics, which will help you to take care of your body. And not even this, even I feel that you should cut down the intake of processed foods, sugary foods, high salt food, because and carbonated drinks. Okay, because they will not going to give you any kind of any nutrient. They will only give you energy or sugar, which has it's like empty calories. So these are some of the advice which I feel should be followed. And regarding physical activity, for example, if it's difficult for you to go outside, which is not prescribed to go outside in this situation, so it's very important to do physical activity at home. So what you can do, you can move from one room to another for 30 minutes, and that will be easily take care of physical activity. So physical activity doesn't mean that you do physical activity once in a week. It means that every day do physical activity for 30 minutes, which will easily take care of your infection. And I wish all of you to be safe at home, and don't go outside, don't eat outside food, eat well cooked food, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was like a lovely message of hope from Dr. Neha. I think we can begin now. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mahima, and I'm a Deputy Program Manager with SHARP NGO, and I handle projects on maternal child health, road safety, women's health, and that is also one of the topics that we'll be touching briefly. Before we begin, I want to ask everybody in the audience a brief question. 13,410. Can you guess what that number is? Anybody, a wild guess? 13,410 women. Aarti said domestic violence, yes. 13,410. That is how many complaints of crimes against women were registered with the NCW between March to September 2020, almost half of which accounted for domestic violence. With COVID-19 pandemic, there has been another pandemic, the shadow pandemic of domestic violence, which runs quietly in the shadows of our old households, without the prying eyes of the sun of the society. In a survey posted by Times of India, 52% Indian women felt that it is justified for a man to hit her as long as it promotes the long-term prosperity of the household. Avalamb, a program launched by SHARP NGO, literally means support. It is a gamut of 24 virtual sessions spread over 6 days to support and to keep everyone together and to discuss the challenges, the newer challenges that the pandemic has brought upon. It is with this note that I invite Dr. Neha, who is currently a faculty at the Department of Sociology, Lady Shri Ram College, University of Delhi. Her thesis explores the cultural artification of the non-native Marwari community in Kolkata with a focus on communities' ordinary and extraordinary events. Her interests include gender, culture, stratification, violence, and women. It is obviously an honor, ma'am, to have you here, and even more so because you're from my own alma mater. So over to you, ma'am.
It was really mine. Thank you.
Just a brief note for the audience. We'll have this talk, communicative talk in 2 segments. The first 30 minutes are going to be an interactive conversation with ma'am, where we'll be discussing about her challenges, her experience in the field, what has been the coming trends of domestic violence, what is the meaning of shadow pandemic. And in the next 15 minutes, we'll be catering to the audience questions, where you will get the chance to interact with Dr. Neha. And as it's been happening the entire day, the sharpest question of the day of this particular session wins an Amazon gift voucher of rupees 500. So ask away, everybody.
Okay, so am I the one to begin, or who's going to initiate?
I think, ma'am, my first question to you, which is also the question that everybody is asking today, is that what has been the reason of this drastic change in the cases of domestic violence in the past 1 year? I mean, what has been the factor that has led to this rise, that we're suddenly talking about the shadow pandemic?
Okay, so if you remember, I mean, I remember it very vividly. The first sort of COVID-related protocol was stay home, stay safe. Now, staying home, now as we know that, women and their intimate relations are embedded in a particular kind of a sphere, which we call the private sphere, which is not clearly also the seat of power for women, as is mostly shown, as is stereotypically shown, as is stereotypically joked. I mean, the crass jokes that do the rounds, that, women in the homes are not just powerful, but also bordering almost on certain kind of, they derive a certain kind of sadistic pleasure. Now, that's something that I really wish to shatter right at the beginning, because the whole dictum of stay home, stay safe, is not something that cannot be thought of if one doesn't really sort of factor in the question of privilege. So who has an access to home? Who has an access to a safer home? Who has an access to, within that safer home, of equitability? Who has an access to that safer home with equitability and a certain voice, right? A certain agency. Now, the fact that lockdown was imposed all at once, like there were no sort of directives that had gone out, it wasn't even suggested in the first place. We had 500 cases to begin with, when I think somewhere hovering around 500 that we went into a full-blown lockdown. Now, without really setting up helplines for women who, as you yourself said, 52% of women, and these are the reported cases. We aren't really talking about the larger amount of unreported cases, right? We are not really talking about perhaps another, I mean, even though the sum needs to be 100, but we are really not sure whether it is actually 48 or maybe more number of convictions that we see, or at least reportings, right? So that the very fact that there is an ongoing pandemic, it's not just a shadow pandemic, it's also an ongoing pandemic. It's going to continue. And now that we are in the second sort of phase of a lockdown, which many deem correct, which many deem right, and which, as we just had a talk with our doctors, I mean, it also suggests that who is safe? Now, the safety of it, now women, how do women feel safe? Now, women's safety is calibrated at different ends. On the first end, there is how does the society actually react to women and their questions of safety? And most importantly, the second bit is more important, how does the law react to them? Right? Why do we have these many cases at all? On the rise? I mean, these are, I mean, I would go on to reiterate time and again that these are reported cases, while a far number of them go unreported. Now, United Nations does call domestic violence as shadow pandemic, right? Now, we all know, and there have been many such campaigns also, one of which was extremely striking was Bell Bajao. Now, how, when you have a raging pandemic where any kind of touch, and as the doctor before said that, the doctor in the preceding session did remind us that he would not like to call it social distancing, he'd like to sort of talk about the physical distancing. Now, in such a scenario, what we see is a double contingency of not just physical distancing, we also see social distancing, and more so when it comes to women, more so when it comes to the private sphere, more so when we say that we're not going to interfere. No, that's not really our space, right? So what happens? So the only thing that can actually guarantee some sort of a safeguard for the rest of the 48% to come up and report their cases is when we deem support services, women-related support services as essential services. right? Unless that happens, we really cannot guarantee some sort of a safety net. We are not here even talking about any, any kind of a full stop to that. We're talking about what are the preventive measures that we have in place. We clearly do not have many. There has been 181 which had been launched, if you rightfully remember. And there was also a dedicated number which was launched in Uttar Pradesh. I think it was 1090, 1094. I really cannot recall off the cuff, but there was one such number. And it won't be surprising to at least the women in this audience that most of the calls that went through to those numbers were never answered. They were almost never even registered, right? So what happens in such a scenario? What really is the fate of any kind of redemption that one seeks out of domestic violence? When we have a total, and all of these, let's not also forget that all of these are rooted through the system, right? We need a system in place. I cannot do it at an individual. I can only do it for my neighbor. I can only do it for my relative whom I know of. And how many women actually would be comfortable talking about it? Because let's just not forget the context that we are in, India, right? The society that we are embedded in. How many of us would be comfortable and would be assured of not being joked about, of not being ridiculed, of not being condescended upon, if we come up with certain narratives of our personal violence, right?
Having said that, even when we talk about setting up these support services, whether institutionalized or at the uninstitutionalized level, what do you think about the socialization process that happens? Because I'm sure, ma'am, you teach a lot of young women and they come from certain social backgrounds. And there's a lot of, and as far as violence in the home, in the household sphere is concerned, the idea of serving your husband is so much. I know I have been accustomed to it. I've been told when I was raised up that husband is king and all of that. How do you think, what factors does the socialization or the upbringing play in the later years of our life?
Not just the later years of our life. I think it starts right from the time our mother conceives us, even before that, because it's like a never ending. It's like the chicken and the egg debate, right? You never know where it started, but definitely started with a certain kind of a signification, a certain kind of a meaning being attached to being a woman, to a certain kind of a genitalia, okay, to a certain kind of how do you say, to limiting one to a particular sex. Now that sex is definitely genitalia. Gender, as we know, is a more performative, it's performativity, right? How you constantly perform your identity. There's no halting there. Now, if you're constantly performing a certain identity, and if you're trying to sort of try and go, if you're not towing the line, okay, let me just assume all of us know how socialization happens. Because I really don't want to start from the beginning, because let us also be aware of the fact that we are in a certain kind of a family. Now, I'm not trying to implicate everyone into it, all right? But I'm talking about, it's a very generic argument that I'm coming up with. Now, we are all born into a certain kind of a family, and we all know the kind of do's and the don'ts that we all have. They're not very different from the COVID-19 do's and the don'ts, right? Women have to be masked. It has to be a metaphorical. It has to be a symbolic mask. We cannot laugh out loud. We have different kinds of kinship structures where we are told laughing out loud would invite a certain kind of a reaction. Now, I'm not trying to right? Everyone. Right? So now that's okay. That's the kind of okay. I think I can hear the echo, but that's okay. So the thing is that when such a scenario comes up, where you have a certain kind of socialization, and it's not so what is socialization? It's certain kind of a habitualization. You're constantly told what are the do's and don'ts, right? Now, when you're constantly tutored, I won't say taught, but when you're constantly tutored about it, then it becomes a part of your identity. And when it becomes a part of your identity, it's very difficult to actually take stock of the fact that what is happening, perhaps, you can only actually encounter a different side to it if you have the privilege of a certain kind of an exposure, right? If one is cloistered up within a particular kind of a community, I'm not talking about the house because that has been done to death, cloistered up in the four walls of the house. But even if you're cloistered up in your own community, and which is an echo chamber, which constantly tells you what is being told forever, then it's very difficult to actually challenge that kind of socialization. But thankfully, because of the changes, because of the number of narratives that we have of extremely, how do I say, I don't even want to unnecessarily essentialize these women. That's not my idea. But we see extremely brave women here who are not really known to the world, but who are known to us in our closest proximities. We take them as our, as somebody who needs to, we need to take that baton from them, who's the usherer to a better. And better is again a very calibrated term. I'm not using better to mean a very utopian world for women, right? Talking about better where you at least have a space to articulate yourself. And one is never free to articulate oneself absolutely, right? So and therefore it's only right that United Nations women could come up with domestic violence as the shadow pandemic, as an ongoing pandemic.
Right. But then again, these are causal factors, right? These are issues. Now, like we as a nonprofit, we always talk about interventions. We always talk about the action-oriented part of it. So how do you think, in your personal opinion, we can move towards an action-oriented solution to this? Nobody can provide a wholehearted solution to a problem so intimate. But what can be, let's say, 3 steps which can act as starting factors to cater to this? As an organization, as a civil society, as an individual?
I think law is very, very central to this, Mahima. Unless law gives us, because law sanctions, society sanctions, sure, but society also looks towards law to sanction something, right? We have the Supreme Court. Our parents are not the courts for us alone. We can always challenge our parents in the court of law. So you have to have a very robust legal system, which will allow for certain convictions to come through. And to inspire that kind of a confidence in women that if we are to approach the law, which is, justice is subjective, but law is a fact, right? What you deem as being just or unjust is very subjective to you and me. But at least the law should be in place where it inspires women, not just on paper, but you have landmark judgments, which are a part of an everyday narrative, which is a part of your growing up consciousness, right? Only then can we ascertain that socialization will be in place, that the ongoing pandemic will at least be transformed, not entirely. I'm not believing it to transform entirely because we are not really looking at the access to equipments to register one's complaint, especially in this ongoing pandemic, right? We say that, all villagers have a mobile phone or a phone facility. But let's also problematize that. Let's compound that problem a little and look at who owns that mobile phone. Who is in possession of it, right? If it's mostly not the women who are in possession of it. So we are talking about a city-bred sort of a thing where, we can think of the law, we can access the law. But what about these women who do not even know what are the helplines in place, who do not know what are the laws in place, leave alone their helplines, who do not know that domestic violence is a violence. It's not a part and parcel of their everyday life. This sounds very, platitudinous. It sounds like I'm giving out platitudes, something which is boring and which is everyday. But let's also contextualize the debate in different locations, right? So law in rural areas is, I need not even spell out how it is, right? It's a certain kind of a matrix of a caste, class, compound, right?
I think because there's been so much discussion on law, we have a lot of young people in the audience. So, and a lot of health interventionists, people from schools, teachers who are asking a lot of questions. What do you think are the existing laws? ऐसे कौन से existing laws हैं in place which may solve this kind of an issue?
Definitely we have a legislation for the domestic violence in place, right? We also have a lot of, and domestic violence is not just being subjected to women, but it's also about children, right? Children are either directly or indirectly observing their parents and are even subjected to that kind of law. So of course there are Atrocities Act, which are not just about the SCs and STs, but also against the children, right? Some kind of, so all those laws are in place for us. But how much are they a manner of how much are they a manner and a matter of us talking about it, right? Even how much could I talk about it is a question that now I am asking of myself, right? So at that point in time, I think it's very important that a step like what you have taken, where you have said that you are united, right? You are all in this together. Now, I believe that being all together in such an endeavor is about communication, right? Now, how much are we allowed that kind of communication? How much of that communication is afforded to us? Who holds the powers of communication? It again goes back to the question of education. Who gets an access to education? Who gets an access to what kind of education? What kind of knowledge system? So it's all a mishmash, a society like ours, which is so diverse, and we must continuously celebrate the diversity. But only talking about the diversity won't help. There has to be a very robust communication channel between different diversities of caste, class, religion, sex, gender, right? And only then can laws also be influenced by that kind of a communication. Laws are not arbitrarily, laws are not always present to us. They are a matter of communications, deliberations, right?
So let's talk about that. You said that, like, so it's our actions which may, let's say, impact the law, bring about law. I mean, 377 stands attested to that. What advocacy leading to Supreme Court overturning such a historic law and legalizing something that we never thought before. So how do you think, as individuals, as organizations, we can move towards this kind of an advocacy? Because that's the question everybody has on their minds, especially with the pandemic, because हम नहीं बजा सकते bell.
हम नहीं बजा सकते बेल, लेकिन हमें ये भी सोचना होगा कि एडवोकेसी, मैंने भी थोड़ी बहुत एडवोकेसी की है, बहुत इनिशियल इयर्स ऑफ माय करियर में. तो एडवोकेसी का पहला रूल क्या होता है? व्हाट्स द फर्स्ट रूल ऑफ एडवोकेसी? दैट यू गो आउट एंड स्पीक टू दोस हु आर in possession of that power, who are in the seat of power. How do you advocate for something to become legal, right? Now again, that comes back to haunt us in a way that how do we do that in this pandemic? We can do this we can perhaps, I don't have ready-made solutions, but what we can do is, first we can actually, it starts from the first basic thing, which is to question our privilege. Once we question our privilege, we'll know what we are talking about as non-privilege, right? Which is a non-privilege to others. Now, once we know which is a non-privilege to others, we'll be able to talk about it. Now, of course, all of this is also very, very subjective, in the sense that there has to be a certain kind of motivation in place. There has to be and who has motivation in these times? Okay, let's also be very, very mindful of that. But that shouldn't really deter us from the basic dialogue that we are to have. That how is that advocacy coming to, how is that advocacy at all going to be a success? That can only be a success once you and I talk about our experiences. Talk about our experiences so much so that we form partnerships. That's how social movements actually are fostered, right? They are forged. That you have networks, you have nodes, and then you have networks. Now, how do I form a network? See, I know Mahima now. Now, I can tell Mahima to speak to her organization, which is SHARP. Now, SHARP will, of course, have somebody who will be more powerful in that sense, in terms of, calibrated power that one has, to speak to somebody else who's perhaps higher up in that hierarchy. So it's only by a certain kind of networking that we can move forward. And this networking, mind you, is also very, very contentious, because I can network with you because I have a telephone and I have a laptop. All right. So I'm not moving away from the digital divide, which is very, very veritable, which is very much there. A lot of my students cannot come to the classes, cannot attend my classes, because first they have a very limited data card. Now imagine if there is a family of 3 where you have a father, you have a mother, and you have a child. Okay. And now this is not an ideal family. This is not an ideal family that I'm talking about. But let's imagine this is a family. This is a heteronormative family, all right? So now in such a family, and let's also imagine that they have very tight pockets, all right? Now, let's also imagine that they had one laptop before this, because students would come to offline classes. They really wouldn't need as much of a laptop. They would need it once to write their assignments. Now, in such a scenario where you have had pay cuts, where you have had job losses, now in such a scenario, how do you expect somebody to have that kind of a dialogue? Because there is a digital divide. And I'm talking here only about those who know how to operate technology. I'm not talking about those who do not know the ins and outs of a laptop or a mobile or a smartphone. Sorry, not a mobile, but a smartphone. So let's also keep all these very basic things in mind. And therefore, it's important to come back to privilege.
On that, so we have a lot of teachers in our audience. I mean, that's something we get a lot. And you are a teacher yourself, and you talked about the technological divide. So let's take it on a little personal level. In the past one and a half year, and LSR, a certain girl from LSR was also a lot in the news because of this very issue.
Right.
I mean, how do you, as a teacher, in your everyday life, face these kind of challenges where students talked about that we can't submit our papers because of the divide, or we don't have access to the internet? How can, at the institutional level or at educational level, we can maybe move towards the change? Because the remote education is here to stay, and we have to find a solution towards it. So what have you done in the past one and a half year to maybe, move towards this or solve an issue for the child?
So the thing is that our college, and I think most colleges in Delhi University, when they were apprised about, one has to be apprised about it, institutions, about the hardships that students face. So when one was apprised about it, we were, I really don't want to call we, but the college did take up a few responsibilities where it launched a certain kind of it has a very strong alumni network. So a number of alumni did donate a corpus of funds and then there was a very, there was a certain mechanism by way of which in every department, a few students were earmarked as those who require laptops and those who require data cards, right? Because the college made sure that they were then provided with those data cards. They were provided with those laptops which were not with them initially and which were an impediment to gaining this online education, which is the new normal. So this has been done. As far as the department is concerned, okay, let's just talk about it. Even our department has been at the forefront when it comes to a few students from vulnerable backgrounds. And there have been, again, similar, we didn't provide any laptops on a department basis, on the department level, but we did provide for data cards. We did provide for data recharges, right? We did provide for mobile phones. The least we could do is provide for a mobile phone, because that would also help in that kind of an education to be accessed. So that's what we did. I think that's all that we did at that point in time. And of course, Delhi University also came up with one thing where attendance was not compulsory anymore for students. So one could, as far as I'm concerned, one could forever call me. I did not have a WhatsApp basis of access. You could call me. If you cannot call me, give me a missed call, I'll call back. All right. But what do you do with areas like Ladakh, like Arunachal, where you do not even have that kind of a phone network?
Right.
That is something which we haven't really worked out on very clearly. Let's just be very honest about it. Not just at the college level, but even at the larger level.
So I think we have one, before we move on to the audience questions, I had just one more question. The underlying theme of Avalamb is mental health and how daily challenges impact us. How have you, as a teacher, I understand the helplessness you might feel when 200 students tell you I don't have access to something and you in your particular constraints can't provide for it. So what kind of challenges did you feel in terms of mental health, in terms of financial strain?
did I personally feel or did I encounter in my students?
Both. I think both can be answered.
Okay, I had one such student, and it's a very sensitive case. So she didn't submit her assignment in time. And it was only on the last day when I was actually evaluating the scripts that I realized that she actually hadn't even submitted the assignment on that day as well. So I called up the student, and she was going through the worst kind of a crisis because she could not openly come out, and she was in her family. Her family was very conservative, is very conservative. She could only confide in her brother, but then she also feared some kind of opprobrium, some kind of social distancing from her own family. And then she also told me that hers was a case, her family's case was that of domestic violence, where the father was violent, not just to the mother, but also to the kids. All right. And then for her to come out, and she was for the longest time, and then she was contemplating suicide. All right. So I, for once, actually was extremely taken aback because, howsoever, even if I try and portray that, oh, I understood and all of that, for me, somebody contemplating to die by suicide, and that to someone whom I have spoken to, was kind of unnerving. I mean, unnerving is an understatement. So I didn't have any other psychiatrist's number, but my mother teaches in a school where she has a teacher who is a practicing psychiatrist. So I tried and connect her to that student. And that's how I think and that was one such case. All right. Nobody else came forward, but they did talk about their anxieties. And I tried my best to allay them when they didn't want to study at that particular day, because hell won't break loose if I didn't teach them on that particular day. So there were certain mechanisms, and these were the shorter cuts that I sort of, took up. As far as I'm concerned, I lost my father to COVID. So I'm still reeling under that anxiety, that kind of, the kind of constant maniacal, almost bordering on maniacal behavior as far as sanitization is concerned, as far as, keep being a wall between my mother and myself is concerned. So I think we all have different ways to deal with it. But yes, mental health needs to be recognized as the most important aspect of health. All right, physical health is important, and we have enough scholarship on that. But mental health is something which we have totally left out.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a question from Aarti.
Right.
Aarti, you can just unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah. Good evening, ma'am. This is Aarti Shankla from Indraprastha Global School.
Hi.
Yes. I wanted to ask them, before asking the question, I am taking a reference. What Amir Khan said rightly few years back, that we Indians are very intolerant. That statement got very, got viral, and many things has happened.
Right.
So, see, I am personally experiencing this thing with that, you comment on social media and your inbox will be full of lots of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So, see, I want to work on students so that they turn out something else. What the population we all are having right now, right? So my question was, what we can do to build tolerance in students. I am already, conducting workshop with them, worked on, individual differences, their individual opinion, how we can, accept individual differences. So now and then I am having discussion and talking to them. What all other things I can do, because already I am planning to conduct this mental health task force. This is the month of mental health. So I wanted to work on this area parameter also. So any suggestion for that?
Okay, I think I will sound politically very incorrect. All right, and I don't mind stating that in public. But the thing is that we only learn by observing. That's what sociologists actually, that's the first premise, that the socialization premises that we observe, we emulate. It's an external and an internal sort of a procedure, right? Now, as far as intolerance is concerned, we see that being constantly displayed by most of our political leaders. Now, if that is the template of behavior, and if that is a template of behavior which gets rewarded time and again, then we also have a certain stimulus reward relationship. Right now, as far as your problem is concerned, how do we actually talk about intolerance among students? It can only happen when you make them talk. It cannot happen when they assume somebody else to be intolerant of their views. It's only through, and I truly believe that as a teacher, the primary task of a teacher is to communicate. I mean, being a facilitator of knowledge can only come if I'm open to communication, right? Co-learning can only happen when I am easy with communication, when I have a certain felicity with my students also to communicate. Now, and that kind of a confidence needs to be inspired where you would not, as a teacher, first of all, I don't want to sound very preachy or pedantic about it, but honestly, as teachers also, we must not be very, very conscious of what kind of a reaction we might have when the students talk. All right, we'll need to somewhere suspend it for a time. We can show our reactions later, but the first instance has to be to make the student talk, and to make the student talk by bringing out your own vulnerabilities, by talking about how you had been intolerant at some point in time, how you had been also a part of somebody who did a certain kind of course correction. Not all of us and none of us are born with completely perfect, tolerant political or even social thoughts, right? We are intolerant in different contexts and in different intensities and in different relationships. So I think once we put that ahead, and once we put that forth, I think students will open up. And once they open up, they'll also be more receptive to somebody else. They might not agree to the idea, but they'll at least be receptive to that idea. We are not here talking about agreeing. We are here talking about a communication.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So thankfully, I
Thank
have quite time because I'm a counselor, so I get time to talk to them. I'm taking their
Right.
lives, so I get time to have discussions. So thank you so much. I will definitely talk about this, and I will show my vulnerability. It's important, I guess.
Right. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you. Thank you. Um, so that was Aarti. We have a question from Anita now. Anita, you can just unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Anita Parihar. I'm a senior visiting lecturer for the university in film production. And a lot of the times when we teach online, we have absent students, and uh, we try to encourage talking beyond the subject to thaw the atmosphere. And this is an idea I've been toying with at the end of my teaching semester in April, that how in the next semester to help students to voice. I did do a Google survey where I took their feedback of online teaching, but
Right.
I thought because I'm also a yoga teacher by hobby and interest over the years, I've never actively used it uh, other than for myself. I really feel a desire to help in this growing scenario of mental disturbances that are engulfing our environment due to COVID, due to domestic violence, due to being at home, which the students don't like. They say, and they're all of 21, 23.
Right.
We've just had it up to our years about,
Next.
online. And though we improvise as teachers and do many things, the bottom line is how much is taken in by them, and how to do better is all we can do for the next year and two. I think we need to look beyond our subject to give them leverage, of being an individual. Um,
Right.
So
Right.
yoga, as I learned, was not just asanas. In the Yoga Institute of Santa Cruz, Mumbai, 7.5-month teacher training course, which I did 4 years ago. And I've always been yoga centric because of my father, my elder sister, but it was at the back. And then I had a rude sort of health ailment, which actually got me ready to face that health ailment through yoga and being economist, doing my asanas and looking and accepting people for what they are, which is what yoga teaches you at this institute. Accepting people for what they are and doing what you have to do for yourself. So I don't know if it works with your experience. Do you think I'm just using it like a sounding board, but you have your expertise and I'm speaking from within. So I thought if I could have a critique on it.
No, there's no such critique that I'd want to present about anything that you've said, apart from saying that, as teachers and teachers is a big term, as co-learners, I think we are all trying to adjust. None of us have really mastered that yet. We are still trying to adjust to get a certain kind of a footfall of the students, right? I have faced it time and again, and I let it go after COVID. Because I really believe that the kind of routine that has been set, because what happened with online learning is that we must keep in mind that we didn't really transition from that 8-hour back-to-back classes. We didn't really take into account the kind of saturation that we all reach, leave alone the students. They reach a larger point of saturation because they have to constantly show their presence from 1 hour to the next. Right? And it never ends. But for us, we still have breathers in between as teachers. We have that privilege of, but I believe what we never really understood in this online, and therefore I really lament the fact that, education in India is so means to an end relationship. You give an exam, you pass an exam, you get rewarded in whichever manner through either the scores that you get or by being recognized by your department or your college or whatever. But it's such a means to an end that students actually do not derive any pleasure in it. To be very honest, I've been there. We all have been there.
Yes.
Right? We always veered towards the most empathetic of the teachers, even if the teacher didn't teach as well.
Yeah. Point.
Right? Even if the teacher wasn't the most brilliant of all, we veered towards that teacher. So I believe the biggest takeaway from our years, the only good point in retrospection is that we remember a certain kind of a good memory that we made with a particular kind of a teacher, with a particular kind of a co-learner. And I believe the only way forward then is actually not just to develop empathy for tokenism, but actually to understand. And how does one understand? Honestly, for the last few days, for the last 2 weeks, I have only been getting 11 to 12 students in my class where the strength of the class is 55 or 56.
We can shake hands.
Okay, now how do I tackle this? I can tackle it either by taking it to my ego and say that, oh my God, am I being disrespected at some point? Or do I really take stock of the situation where I say that, hello, we are in a pandemic. And even if, God forbid, the students aren't, contracting COVID, their family members are, their distant relatives are, the society that they are in is, right? The news that we constantly consume. Now, either I can mark it as a class-to-class attendance, or I can take stock of the number of days that, or a number of students who are now no more present in the class. I take stock of what kind of an interaction they have had with me, what kind of a gentle presence that they have had in the class, where they have also inspired confidence in me. Where I had these students in my class who were telling me, okay, I'm ready to be here. Even if I learn or don't learn is besides the point, because we really cannot see the students. They mostly have their cameras off, right? And I do not grudge that. I have my cameras off on certain days.
Okay.
Right? So how does one move forward from here? It's a constant question. We can only do this by embracing empathy and by also inspiring empathy in others.
Thank you
There's
so
no other
much.
way to this. Thank you.
We have to keep at it and the process.
Absolutely. The process, yes.
We have such a positive amalgamation of teachers. Thank you for this lovely conversation, Anita ma'am. Our next question is from Mariam.
Right.
Mariam, you can just unmute yourself and ask your question. Hi, Mariam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Where are you from, Mariam?
I am from Andaman Nicobar Island, ma'am.
Hi.
Yeah. it's a very nice discussion. And Dr. Minilu and Mahima and earlier also. So the discussion was very nice and well elaborated. Actually, my question is that actually we think of that low income family, means the middle class family, the women are the sufferer, those who are illiterate. But when we go around and we see that the people, the ladies, women who is coming from a high class society, who is highly educated and who is working in a very good company or in a good government service, they are maybe holding a good position in the society, but they also suffer mentally. Actually, they are getting harassed by their family members, by their in-laws, by their husband, whatever it means. But they are not supposed to raise their voice as because of maybe due to the family things and their positions and all. And the low income ladies mostly actually because of their family problems, means they don't want to go to the Tana and all. As we are all say, one-stop centers are there. We are saying that police helpline numbers are there. Social welfare department is taking care of. Even though the ladies are, we have seen that the ladies somehow they don't have the courage to go and file a case against, because after that they have to face the problem in the family itself. As a society itself, they will say, why you are going for a silly things. So how can we, being a citizen or being a lady, how we can help those ladies to come over forward? And if they are facing such problem, whether any lady, maybe high class or low class, I'm not defining it, but if they are suffering from that, we have to console them and we have to give them the courage that you should speak up, you should come forward, you should raise your problems and find the solutions for that.
I think yours is a very broad question, and thank you so much, Mariam, for your question. And I truly agree that the conviction rate has differed. But if we are talking about the pandemic, then again the conviction rate has differed, because a lot of it is being facilitated by technology, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking generally about the conviction rate, and I mean, notwithstanding the pandemic, then I'd say that the question of dignity operates far more in women from lower classes and lower castes, because they believe that they have to earn. All right. I'm not saying that the upper class women, I'm not trying to make it into a very sort of a general cliched answer. I'm sorry if it sounds that way, but as far as the question of dignity is concerned, I think it spreads itself evenly amongst all women across classes, across castes, across religions. But as far as upper class women are concerned, I truly believe that the institution of the family has a very strong role to play in the kind of socialization that they have had. One doesn't know what kind of adjustments and what kind of conditions that they all have to sort of agree with or comply with. So the conviction rates are directly proportional to that kind of confidence that even their families or their communities sort of inspire in them. I mean, if they think that there's nothing to lose, I mean, the fact that class comes with the concept of economic position, right? And now if there is a chance, and as you said, I'm coming from pointing exactly at your question, that the upper class women come out much lesser in terms of their reporting of cases. So again, there's this element of class capitalism, right? That what am I to lose, when the question of losing is directly related to the economic losses, which are then taken to be the most important kind of losses, depending on the kind of socialization that one has had, then that would affect the kind of reporting also. Now, I am not really very sure of the answer that I've given you, but I believe that the question is very much rooted in the kind of relationship that a very male stream, a patriarchal, I mean, I really don't want to use that term because it's been over abused, but let's talk about a very male stream society and its very deeply entrenched relationship with capitalist societies. All right. And let's not just talk about upper class women. I think all of us as women have calibrated. None of us can say that we are totally liberated in terms of coming away from the kind of, the grip of such a society.
Right. So
Yeah.
I think, but as far as the upper class women are concerned, I think it's very closely related to their economic positions also. It's also very closely related to their caste positions. Because let's not forget who are the upper class women in at least India, in at least the Hindu society that we know of. It's also the upper caste women. Right? So they have a certain notion of a certain kind of a caste socialization that goes. Brahmin women will be, the kind of moral policing or the kind of morality that they attach to themselves. The others don't attach that kind of morality to them, but the kind of morality that they attach to themselves is something that they constantly fall prey to.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I've been able to satisfy your question. I mean, if I've been able to at all answer your question to the perfection of your expectation, but I think we need to understand the caste class bind.
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we can have two final questions. Ma'am, if you have the time at all.
Yes, I do.
The next question is from Garima Tiwari. Garima, you can just unmute yourself.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes. Hi, Garima. Where are you from?
Good evening, ma'am. I'm working as a TGT English teacher at Indraprastha Global School, Noida, and I truly appreciate your the session that you conducted today. And my condolences for your father. I would move on to my question. As a teacher, how can we sensitize parents to have more divergent thinking and be accepting of all genders at inclusive schools? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Garima. Now that's a big question, and that's something that I believe we all are grappling with. I mean, I'm not a parent, but I believe that there's somebody who has to start talking about it. It could be you, Garima. It could be you inspiring the child to talk about it to you first. I don't know. I think we cannot really take these cases as all together. We need to go case by case in such instances. Because how one experiences a certain kind of a marginalization, be it sexual, gender-based, be it class-based, caste-based, religion-based, has to be tackled in that sense, at least at the school level. So I think one can do this when one, I mean, of course, parents, I understand there's a very thin line that they also attach to the teacher as a disciplinarian and a teacher who's interfering. And in our times, our parents would give a full sort of leeway to the teacher to treat the student or their child as and how they pleased. At least a generation older than mine had that kind of an exposure. But I believe how do you sensitize parents? I believe one can only sensitize parents by when you take it upon yourself also to talk about it as a teacher. I don't know how else to do it. We do not have enough movies. We have movies, but how do you sort of expose them to that kind of cinema? How do you expose them to that kind of literature? By teaching it in school so that the student goes back and asks those questions. Those very unnerving questions. We really cannot imagine parents to be sensitized all at once, especially going by the context that they all come from. So I don't know how to really deal with this question in particular, because I believe what you are dealing with is far more challenging. We don't really interact much with parents. But what you are doing is far more challenging because you will have to meet the parents on a semester basis. So I believe I really don't have a very ready-made answer to it, Garima. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Garima.
Do you have an answer to that, Mahima? You have been dealing with all kinds of, I believe, vulnerabilities. Yours is a school-based, sort of an NGO.
Ma'am, I've also done like a few of these webinars through SHARP and otherwise, and I've interacted with a lot of teachers and professionals, even people from LSR for that matter. I think one topic that we talk a lot about when we talk about healthcare or we talk about gender inclusivity is catering that in your own classroom, which is something that you also said that somebody needs to talk about it. So even my mom, when she used to teach, she used to talk a lot about what she can do in her own classroom, something as small as mentioning your pronouns wherever you go so that everybody else feels comfortable doing it, which is also something I've been consciously trying to do it through Zoom platforms now because I saw somebody else doing it. Uh, I think that has been like a very important journey. And secondly, our textbook curriculum has been such, and I'm openly targeting curriculums here, saying that we've only been taught that there's been two genders.
Right.
I didn't know about fluidity until I did sociology. And that's saying a lot because I went 18 years of my life not knowing that there are more people out there. And I was privileged to have those kind of teachers, the kind that we have in our audience today. I mean, the kind of work that you have been doing, it sinks my heart to think the kind of challenges teachers face every day. But I think talking about that in your own classroom setting is definitely going to go places because those 30 would talk to the other 30 and so on and start a chain of communication. So I think that's something.
Right. I actually missed out on that point of curriculum, which is actually so true because it starts from there. Students' first exposure to school is when the student first gets the books.
Absolutely.
Even before the student visits the school. So yes, it starts from there. Actually, thank you.
And just on that note, we have invited somebody from the LGBTQIA plus community. It's in our panels, but it's going to happen on Saturday. So I'm not telling just yet, but we can answer, but everybody will get a chance to talk to them. Even I'm looking forward to that conversation. So thank you so much. My last and final question is from Anjali. Anjali, you can just unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Anjali, ma'am.
I'm audible to you?
Yes. Ma'am, where are you from?
Ma'am, actually, I'm working as a teacher in Aditya Birla, and I'm from Maharashtra, ma'am. Maharashtra, Chandrapur.
Welcome, Anjali. You can just ask your question.
Actually, we are having the online, due to pandemic, we are having the online classes. So out of 45 students, we are having only 32 attendance, 32, 30 sometimes. So when in spite of communicating them, the students are not enrolling themselves to the classes. So what should we do so that the students will have a complete strength in our class? What should we do, ma'am? Don't know how to tackle with the such students. Could you please help out? Even I have just now I have seen your question that in your class also out of 55, just 40 students were there. So even 11. I am also sailing in the same boat. So how to such students, ma'am?
I think, Anjali, I have a very different approach to it. I mean, that need not be everyone's approach at all. But the kind of approach I have is that if I will not see those other 10 who haven't attended my class. By the way, I must congratulate you. If out of 42, 32, 33 are attending your class against this raging pandemic, I think it's also goes on to say that you are a brilliant teacher. But then as far as I am concerned, I would not term those 10 who are not attending my class as problematic. I would not term those as irregular because I really, as I said, we spoke a while back about empathy, about how schooling is so flawed because our schooling started with teachers coming with that extremely threatening artifact in their hand, which is the attendance notebook. Right. So when it starts when you start by constantly making that, and I am not talking about you because I know you work in a system. I know you work in under a certain board. I know which demands you to tally the attendance. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's illegal or not, but if at all it comes to them not being allowed for the exam, I would give them that extra attendance. I mean, it's entirely my prerogative. I have no legality related to this because I believe that at the end of the day, the larger goal is not attendance. The larger goal is how you go about educating oneself in this.
Yes.
So the larger goal should not be made how many are attending and how many are not. I mean, you'll have to inspire that confidence in others where you say that, even if you don't come into my class, and I know it doesn't happen at school. I mean, my mother's a school teacher, and I know it's absolutely not possible. And my mother's constantly every day telling that, students do not have their videos on to student, and that's what the school demands from her. So there are these logistical issues, there are these extremely compulsive issues that one needs to talk about, and one really cannot do much here. Other than what you can do at your end is that do not tell the student I'm giving you an extra attendance. Do not make the student feel that the student is special in some sense to you. But I think when it comes to the final tally, I think you can just let go. I don't know. I have no other way to, because I don't know how do you go about goading the student asking why didn't you come. I mean, the student will then come up with a plethora of excuses, which will be excuses. So you'll only embarrass yourself. I think that's my take on it. I have no other take on it.
What I asked, ma'am, I feel that should we be lenient with the students, or do you want that we should be very strict with them at this pandemic situation? I feel that we should be very lenient with the students. We need to understand their psychology as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it that we need to also, at this point, suspend everything that gets them anxious. At the end of the day, we are looking at a society. We are not looking just at the school. We are not just looking at that particular student. We are looking at how to heal as a society, and heal not just from the coronavirus physically, but also heal from it mentally in that sense, right?
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you so much, Anjali. That was our last and final question from the day. For the day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Before I close, ma'am, Anita from the audience is asking your email ID. Please post the same if you want to share it at all in the chat box.
Okay, I will perhaps not make it public at this point because my email, I am very bad at not actually opening a lot of mails in my inbox. So I think it's telling me I've run out of space. But what I'll do is I'll write to Anita in person and perhaps give her the email ID because I don't want to disappoint anybody and not answer them.
All right. Anita, you can also mail us or contact me on my mail ID and I'll share ma'am's ID with you. Thank you so much, Meha ma'am. I think we covered a lot of topics at once.
I have given it to everyone. I am so challenged as far as technology is concerned. Okay, that's okay. I think what's gone out has gone out, just like my words today. I think I'll just let it
be. We are live on YouTube, by the way. So
okay. Wow. Didn't really take cognizance of that. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's been a great discussion as always, and we've covered like a lot of topics at once. I personally learned a lot, and thank you so much. Anything from your side?
Thank you. No, I haven't. I mean, honestly, I just believe that I am so grateful to all of you to give me a chance to speak. Because as co-learners, I think as teachers, we love to chat. We love to blabber a lot. And it's up to the students and the audience here to actually take whatever they wish to take and bin the rest. So I believe I'm very grateful to you for giving me this chance to also, it was also very cathartic for me to speak to a lot of others who have similar questions. And even though we started with domestic violence as a template, I think we actually broadened a lot in terms of what all topics we touched upon. And I honestly learned a lot. I mean, I'm very glad. Thank you, Sharp, for having me. Thank you, Mahima, for contacting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We now have some exciting activities planned for you, just a little de-stress sessions, wordplay, a lot of other things, which I'm not going to say because Shivani is just going to slap me. Let's take like a 1-minute break, have some water, use the washroom, and just come back for a lot of fun and play. So thank you, everybody. I hope you had a lovely conversation with Dr. Meha. Thank you. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, Mahima. So we are going to start around 5, 5:04 or 5:05. And this is one of the most interesting part of Avalamb. So I request everyone to keep be here. Good evening, everyone. Once again, a warm and a humble welcome to all of you to our marathon of webinar Alarm. So, just a little bit introduction about SHARP. SHARP stands for School Health Annual Report Program, and it's a pan-India non-governmental health organization which is working from 22 years in the field of holistic development and healthcare. And a little brief about Avalamb. It's a national level campaign by SHARP NGO, and we are organizing this campaign to de-stress you, to motivate you, to give some hopes to you at this time of pandemic. And this marathon of webinar by SHARP will come out as one such platform where people will be aware about important discussion. As you all know, we have expert talk, we have communication talk, and this one is the most interesting, enriching round, a self-enriching and activity round. So let me brief you about some of the activities that we are going to play. And I request everyone to join us and to answer the activities. So the first activity that we are going to play is tongue twister. We all must have played. हम सब ने कभी ना कभी tongue twister खेला होगा. So we have some tongue twister. I'll show you the tongue twister and you have to say that tongue twister. आपको वो tongue twister 3 बार स्पीड में बोलना पड़ेगा. ओके, सो द नेक्स्ट एक्टिविटी इज गेस द ईडियम. हम आपको कुछ ईडियम्स दिखाएंगे, कुछ मुहावरे दिखाएंगे, कुछ फ्रेजेस दिखाएंगे और वो जम्बल्ड होंगे, तो देन यू हैव टू गेस द राइट ईडियम. And our last activity is one of the most interesting and which I like the most is speed type challenge. We are going to give you a word and whoever will going to write that word correct and with the fastest speed will get a point. Also, if you want to be the winner of this session, you have to participate in all 3 activities. So I hope our audience is ready for the activity session for some games. So let me share my screen. Okay. So let's start with our first set of games. I hope you all are ready. Okay. So the first tongue twister is very easy, and you have to say 3 times. जो भी 3 बार इसको सही बोलेगा will get a point. So नीली रेल, लाल रेल, नीली रेल. Please raise your hand so we can unmute you. Okay, so Robina, Hi, Robina. Hello. Hello. Rubina, can you hear me? Okay, let's move on to the other participant. So, Vansh. Vansh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Vansh. You have, would you like to try this tongue twister?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. You have to say 3 times.
Okay, ma'am.
Fast.
नीली रेल लाल रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल.
That was quick. Very good one. You deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. You get a point here. So we can call some other also. Nidhi? Nidhi Madan.
हेलो
Hello. Hi, Nidhi.
हेलो कैसे हैं आप सब?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, sounds good. So,
Actually, the thing is this one, the yesterday session of the yoga was awesome, and today I've seen this tongue twister, and I'm laughing by seeing this presentation only. So it's so nice to see
thank
this
you.
one.
Thank you so
A
much.
very colorful presentation. Let me try once. नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल.
Thank you so much. बीच में थोड़ा सा लाल नीली सब हो गया था, but it's okay. We give you a point. Thank you.
Actually, by speaking this one, I get a smile on my face. That is the biggest thing.
Thank you.
At
This is
time.
our motive. This is our motive of conducting such sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to the other idiom. So the next idiom is we surely shall see the sun shine soon. It's difficult for me as well. So anyone from the panelists would like to try? You have to say 3 times.
Yes, ma'am. I can try.
Vansh, you already have a point. Okay, you can try. You can try. No problem.
We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
Can you say one more time?
We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Thank you. So do we have any other participant would like to try this one? Okay. So Palvinder, would you like to try this?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Palvinder from Chandigarh, teaching in DC Montessori Smart School.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll try my best. Okay, we surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
Thank you so much. That was really quick and everything
Welcome.
was so correct. Thank you. You get a point here.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next idiom is ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूट. I'm so sorry. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की. So you have to say 3 times. Who's gonna say? Who's gonna come?
Ma'am, I can.
Once you want to try again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Next we'll take 2 more from for this one because it's quite difficult.
ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूछ ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की.
It's okay. Yes, go ahead.
ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की.
Thank you so much. It was so good. Thank you. Thank you for being such a sport. So any other? Okay, so Gauri Dubey, would you like to try this one? Hello, Gauri.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, would you like to try this one?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please introduce yourself first.
Myself, Mrs. Gauri Dubey from Aditya Birla Public School, Awadpur, Maharashtra, from Chandrapur.
Okay, welcome. We welcome you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची पीठ की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
It was great, ma'am. Thank you so much. You get a point there. So we can have some more for this one. Okay, so Shubhra Bhatnagar, would you like to try this one? You have to raise your hand so I can unmute you all. I can allow you to talk. Shubhra?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Shubhra. I'm teaching in Indraprastha Global School, Noida.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
That was so good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
It was on point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone would like to again try this one? Okay, we have Mariam. Okay. Mariam? Hello, Mariam. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes, yes. We can hear you. Please introduce yourself.
Myself, Mariam Bibi from Andaman Nicobar Island.
Okay.
Social worker.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead with the tongue twister.
Yeah. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ. One second, sir. ऊंची पीठ
And you have to be fast. You have to be fast.
Okay. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंटी. No, sorry.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm in this. We all are same here.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much for trying.
But it's.
Hello. You're saying something, Mariam? Okay. I think there's some network issue. Okay. So the next one is 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely.
Ma'am, I can try.
Can I try?
Oh,
Ma'am, can I
who
try?
is this? Who is Vansh? You already have so many points. Okay.
Okay,
so,
can I try, ma'am, Shivani?
Yes, definitely, ma'am.
Okay. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely.
Ma'am, ये आपको पहले से पता था. You have to agree on this, please.
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm just reading it for the first time. This tongue twister. Really.
Oh, thank you so much.
Ashi, can I try?
Who is this? Hello?
Ashi.
Yes, yes. Please go ahead, Ashi.
9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 night nurses nursing nicely. 9 night nurses nursing nicely.
Oh, it was good. Very good. You deserve a point. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, Shivani. I hope I also get point for this because I'm reading it for the first time.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely, you are getting a point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, did I get the point?
Ashi, yes, you are also getting a point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone would like to try this one?
Ma'am, I can try.
Can I try, ma'am?
Gauri, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm starting. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely.
Very good, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was so good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So let's move on to our another game. For this, okay. So we can have some more. We can have some more audience. Okay. So Harleen.
Thank you, Shivani. I was trying for a long time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you can go ahead with anyone you want.
Okay.
We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
Yeah, we surely shall. Okay. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We
Ma'am, it
surely,
has to be fast.
okay, we surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. Amen.
Amen. We surely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was so good. Thank you. Okay. Any of the other audience would like to try any of the idiom? I'm so sorry, the tongue twister. Okay, let's have.
Can I try first one?
Yes, please go ahead.
Neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail, neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail, neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail.
Oh, very good, ma'am. It was good. Thank you.
It was easy. Amongst the four, it is very easy.
Yeah. We will going to start with easy, and then we'll going to the tough one.
Yeah, next one also we surely that also I can say I can try.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for participating.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's move on to the next set of game. I hope you all are ready.
Yeah, we are ready, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Just give me a second. Okay. So our next game is that you all have to guess the idiom. Okay, and you cannot write in the chat box. You have to raise your hand. Okay, so let's move on. Okay. Okay. आता समय हुआ हाथ बीता कभी नहीं. You have to guess the idiom. आता समय हुआ हाथ बीता कभी नहीं. Okay, so who's going first? You
Ma'am,
have.
can I try? Ma'am, can I try?
Ma'am, can I try?
Okay. Yeah, Shubhra ma'am, you can go ahead.
बीता समय कभी हाथ नहीं आता.
Very nice. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think it was easy. Thank you. Okay. So the next one is system.
Rani, I think you should open it to all of us also. We're all laughing like anything.
And then they will say that our team knows the answer. Okay. So the next one is system something out your get off.
Can I try, ma'am?
Ma'am, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, myself Palvinder from
Yes,
Chandigarh.
Yes, ma'am.
Get something out of the system.
That was quick. Thank you so much. Get
Welcome,
something
ma'am.
out of your system. Yes. Okay. The next one is अच्छा अच्छा करे कार्य वही जो. And now this time we have to give to somebody else also.
Shivani, I also want to try.
Ma'am, please.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Which one, ma'am? Oh, okay.
Ma'am, can I try?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. But we were on the अच्छा अच्छा करे कार्य वही जो.
Okay,
so,
sorry.
It's totally fine.
Can I say, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Mariam Bibi.
Yes.
वही कार्य करे जो अच्छा अच्छा.
Sorry, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Can I try?
Can I try, ma'am?
अच्छा वही जो अच्छा कार्य करे.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
अच्छा वही जो अच्छा कार्य करे.
This is
और अभी
Palvinder.
Yes, ma'am. और अभी हम सबको अच्छा हो गए वैक्सीनेशन करवाना है अपना तो अच्छा वही जो अच्छा कार्य करे. Okay. Okay, so the last one is cold on water, throw pleasure someone's. Now this one will go to cold on water, throw pleasure someone's. Who is going to try this one? Renu Khosla, would you like to try this one? You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
I try to do it.
Yes, please go ahead.
Throw cold water on someone's pleasure.
So, do you think it's correct? Do you think, ma'am, it's correct? Yes, it's correct. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was trying from the last 5 minutes. I want to give that answer also.
Okay. So, ma'am, you can also
Thank you
try
so much
some
for
of
giving
our
a
tongue
chance.
twister as well. So, you can try some of our tongue twister as well. Would you like
Yeah,
to?
if you give me a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So, you can take Uchi Oot Ki Peet Uchi Uchi Pooch Oot Ki.
Okay. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
I'm so sorry
Hello?
for disturbing. You have to say 3 times and the fastest you can say. Hello?
ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
Oh my god, ma'am, that was the fastest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you will give me the numbers also? I will get the points?
Yes, ma'am.
For both?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Right. So the next game is nobody has to raise their hand. It's just that the one who will going to type the fastest. हम आपको ऐसा एक वर्ड देंगे, आपको उसको सबसे तेज टाइप करके with the correct spelling and the fastest one you have to write in the chat box. I hope I am clear. So you don't have to raise your hand, you have to write the answer, the word correctly and with your fastest speed. Type as fast as you can. Okay, so I hope you are ready. Right. So the first word you have to write in the chat box. Okay. The one I'll going to receive the first will get a point. And now I request my team to please check because it's quite a long word. Right. So let's. Okay. So here's the word. You have to type correctly and the fastest. Let's see who can write this word the fastest. And you cannot copy it. Tanya Sharma. Oh my god, you get a point here. Rahul Singh. Rahul, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Tanya gets a point here. Thank you so much. You all are so fastest. I hope, I request my team to please check if they have written the correct spelling or not. Okay, so let's move on to our next word. I hope you all are ready. And I can see so many of you. Okay. So our next word, let's see who's going to win. So 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, this is the next word. Let's see who's typed the fastest. जो सबसे पहले टाइप करके सेंड करेगा will going to get the point. Okay, we have Tanya again and Mayur. Okay. I think my team is participating and they are not seeing who's getting the point or not. Right. Very nice. Oh God. I'm getting so many answers. I cannot type this word this quick. Okay. So Tanya and Mayur gets the point here. So let's move on to our next word. And also you have to be fastest from Tanya. She's getting another point. It's a second point. Okay. So 1, 2, and 3. It's quite. This one is simple. Who's going to write first? Mayur and Tanya, you both are getting this point again. I think we should give some other point. Okay. So I have so many of you are typing such a great speed. Oh my God. Thank you so much. We are going to see the spelling also, right? And then we will give the next point, the point to that person. Okay. Now let's move on to our next word. So 1, 2, 3, and I hope you all are ready. And here you go. So who's getting this point? Who's getting this one? Okay. I cannot see the chat now. It's so much flooded with your answers. I have to see who gets the point. Twisha, fastest, very nice. And Rahul also. Okay. Very nice. This was so good. Okay. So let's move on to our next word. And I hope you all are ready. So 1, 2, and 3. Here you go with your next word. Now, who's going to write this word the fastest? Who's going to write this word? अभी तक किसी का नहीं आया. I'm still waiting. Rahul. Oh my God. Very good. Okay. आप सबकी स्पीड बहुत तेज है. बहुत तेज. And spelling also. Spelling is correct. Oh my God. Okay, so Rahul is getting point here. You have to write the full word. Right. So this was end of this speed typing challenge. So can we have some more people for tongue twisters? It was so fun. Can we have some more people for tongue twister? Till then, my team is deciding who is going to win this round, the whole game. So can we have someone for tongue twisters? You can raise your hand now. So I can allow you to talk. So Seema Rathogi. Hello, Seema. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes. Good evening, ma'am. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello,
am I
audible, ma'am? Please introduce yourself.
I'm Seema Rohatgi from Patna. I'm a teacher. I've been trying for a long time for all the things I've tried, but anyway, no.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine.
Sorry.
Just for fun's sake,
So,
let's try. I'll just try the first one.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Okay. Neeli
That
rail,
one is
lal
the
rail.
easy, ma'am. That one is the
Yes.
easy. So I
Okay.
think you should.
That's okay. ऊंची ऊँट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊँट की, ऊंची ऊँट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊँट की, ऊंची ऊँट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊँट की.
That was so quick, ma'am. Very nice.
Thank you so much.
You can try another one also, like nice.
Okay. I think the blue one. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
Oh, very nice, ma'am.
Thank
you so much. It was so good.
Thank you.
All new for me as well. So
It's new for me also.
Teachers can do anything, ma'am. Teachers can do anything.
Yes.
So yes. So let's have some more people for the tongue twister. I think this is the most interesting. Okay. So you can raise your hand so I can allow you to talk. Anjali, Anjali. Hello, Anjali. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been trying from long time.
Oh, I'm so sorry again.
I'm Anjali from Aditya Birla, ma'am, from Chandrapur district.
Yes,
I would like to share this tongue twister. The third one. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon.
मैम थोड़ा सा बीच में सन और शाइन ऊपर नीचे हो गया
अच्छा
Okay, ma'am. You can try another one also.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can try another one.
Nursing nice. Yes, ma'am. I'm trying. Shall we proceed, ma'am?
Yes,
Nine nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely.
That was so quick, ma'am.
Over, ma'am.
I think all of you teachers are saying that this is your first time. I don't think so. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, this is first time. Actually, we had been another one. Seashells in the seashore. Seashells in the seashore.
You want to try that? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm giving it for you all, ma'am.
For all of us? No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell my other team members. Mahima, would you like to try this one?
Yeah, sure.
मैम ने हमारी टीम को थोड़ा चैलेंज दिया है.
Seashells on the seashore. Seashells on the seashore. Seashells.
Yeah. No. It's actually. Anyway, let me try this. Neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail. Neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail. Neeli rail, lal rail, neeli rail. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So let's have some more people.
We really enjoyed today's session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was so sweet of you. So now I invite someone from my team as well. So any of my team would like to try? And then we can have some more people from our audience. Ritik, would you like to try? Hello, Ritik.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, sure. I would like to try. So, which one you want me to say? Tell me.
Uchi oot peet ki.
This is the hardest.
This one. Go ahead with this one.
ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
तेज बोलना है ऋतिक.
अच्छा. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
That was quick. That was nice. Very nice. So we have Miss Harsh Sethi. Miss Harsh Sethi. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Yes, ma'am. You
I'm
can go
Harsh
ahead with the tongue
from
twister.
I'm Harsh from
Yes, ma'am.
Karnal. I am trying to first one. Lal rail, sorry, Nili rail, lal rail, Nili rail, lal rail, Nili rail, lal rail, Nili rail, Nili rail,
Ma'am, this
lal
was the easiest
rail.
one.
Oh, chalo. Next one. We surely shall see the
Yes,
sunshine
ma'am.
soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. We surely shall see the sunshine soon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So can we have more people?
Shivani Palvinder ma'am wants to say something.
She is already an expert in this. Palvinder, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Hello?
Okay, hello, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Can I give one tongue twister to your team? If anybody can try.
Okay. Sure, ma'am.
Okay, the thing.
I want
Okay,
my
the
whole
line
team
is.
to be here.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, the line is पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला.
पीतल के पतीले में पतीला पीला पीला.
No, no.
Okay, someone from my team would like to try this one.
पीतल के पतीले में क्या था पीला?
पपीता पीला पीला.
अच्छा, पपीता. ओके. पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के
This is too
पतीले
slow.
में.
You have to be. You have to be little quick.
Yes, ma'am. You have to be quick.
ओके. पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, that was so good. Thank you so much. Any of the other team member would like to try this one? So any of the team member or any of from the audience can also try this one, the new one, पीतल
के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That one also. Okay. Anu Sarkar. Ranu Sarkar.
Ranu Sarkar. I'm Mrs.
I'm
Ranu
so sorry.
Sarkar
Yes.
from KV to Kulaba. Which
Yes,
one
ma'am.
you want me to speak on?
This
that
one. पीपल के पतीले में पतीला पीला पीला.
Peetal or peetal? Peetal.
It's पीतल.
Yes, yes,
पीतल
yes.
के पतीले में पपीता पीला.
Yes, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला, पीतल के पतीले में पपीता पीला पीला.
Oh, that's great.
I wanted to say this ऊंची ऊंट की.
What
can I
was
say
that,
this?
ma'am? Yeah, ma'am. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. आपने जैसे पीतल के पतीले वाला बोला है तो I'm done.
First. ऊंची उठ की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ उठ की, ऊंची उठ की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ उठ की, ऊंची उठ की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ उठ की. Thank you.
Ma'am, you know all of this. अब सबको लगेगा कि मैंने आपके साथ ये सब सेट किया है पहले.
नहीं मैडम, basically I am Bengali but I teach biology, none of my subjects.
Okay. We welcome you to this webinar. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, I'm a regular to this SHARP NGO.
Oh, that's really sweet of you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. You are part of SHARP NGO. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So next, can we have Mandeep Kaur? Mandeep Kaur. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me? I think there's some network issue.
আজকে আমার টেস্টে চান্স বলার আমার মন বলছিল আজকে আমার চান্স হবে বলার.
Hello. Okay. So can we have some other audience? Anyone would like to try any of the tongue twister? They can please raise their hand. Rajni Madan. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes, speaking.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to try our tongue twister game?
Yeah, I would like to.
Please go ahead, ma'am. So you
Okay,
which
anyone?
one? No, not the neeli rail lal rail wala nahi. उसके अलावा
The easier
कोई भी
one.
try कर सकता है. That's the most easiest one. और सब ये
Right,
point
right,
लेके जा रहे
right.
हैं.
Okay, then let me try. Let
Yes,
me
ma'am.
try ऊंची ऊंट. Okay.
Definitely.
ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
Wow, ma'am.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Was so good. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you said for five times, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
5 times, 5 times.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 3, but you
Okay.
said 5. Thank you. And that was quick.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so we have the name is HCL beneficiary. So let me allow them. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, ma'am. You are audible.
I just allowed HCL beneficiary.
Okay.
Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself and you can go ahead with the tongue twister. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. Hi.
Hi, ma'am.
हेलो.
Hello.
आप अपना
Can
नाम
you hear me?
बताइए. आप कहाँ से
मेरा
हैं?
नाम
हेलो.
रोशन बी है।
आपका नाम क्या है?
रोशन बी.
हेलो. ओके ओके. हाय
Student.
रोशन. कहाँ से हैं आप?
बेंगलोर से.
ओके. वी वेलकम यू. तो आप स्टूडेंट हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
हेलो. खेलना है?
Yes, ma'am.
हेलो. ओके. तो कौन सा ट्राई करोगे आप? ऊंची ऊंट पीठ की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
ओके मैम. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की.
It was so good. Okay. Also,
My one more friend is attended, ma'am. Can you please ask for her?
What's her name?
Maulya.
Sorry?
Maulya.
Okay. Hello. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Shivani, these are students from
Hello.
so we work with a lot of
Can you-
government schools. These are students from our government schools that we work with in
Right.
Bangalore.
Hanji. Yes. Okay. So, students, would you like to try this? आप लोग try करोगे?
Yes, ma'am.
आपका नाम क्या है?
राधिका लोधी.
हाय राधिका. तो आप कौन सा ट्राई करोगे?
मैम नीली रेल वाली.
सबसे इजी वाला.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. You have to. आपको 3 बार बोलना है और तेज.
Okay, ma'am. नीली रेल लाल रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल लाल रेल नीली रेल.
Oh, that was so quick. बहुत जल्दी बोला. Very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very nice. तो अभी जैसे महिमा मैम आई थी तो अब महिमा मैम के साथ तो प्रोजेक्ट काम करते हैं. Hello. I think there is some network issue. Hello. I think there's some network issue. So can we have some more participant like last 2? You have to raise your hand. Okay, so we have Dr. Sonal Gupta. Gupta. Dr. Sonal, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, ma'am. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Please introduce yourself, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Sonal Gupta, MM Public School, TGT Sanskrit.
ओके मैम, तो आप टंग ट्विस्टर ट्राई करना चाहेंगे मैम?
1 minute. Yes, ma'am.
टंग
Please
ट्विस्टर.
repeat again. Yes, ma'am.
ओके, प्लीज आप कौन सा ट्राई करना चाहेंगे?
नीली रेल, लाल रेल.
मैम, दिस वन
लाल
इज द
रेल,
इजीएस्ट. मैम, दिस
Okay.
वन इज द इजीएस्ट. बच्चों के लिए ये चलता है, बड़ों के लिए नहीं.
तो दूसरी आप बताइए
So
कौन सा
you
करना
can
है?
go with we surely shall see the sunshine soon. या फिर ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की.
Yes, ma'am. ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की, ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की, ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की, ऊंची ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची, ऊंची पूछ ऊंट की.
It was so nice, ma'am. We have so talented audience. That was so good. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so that was end of our webinar. That was end of day 2 and the end of our interesting round. I hope you all enjoyed playing the games. We are going to announce the winners soon. Hello. So as I was saying कि आप I hope आप सभी को हमारा आज का सेशन अच्छा लगा हो right from starting, और जो हमने एक्टिविटीज खेली आप सभी को अच्छी लगी हो. एंड मैं खुद बोलना चाहूंगी कि हमारी ऑडियंस कितनी टैलेंटेड है. सबने दे आर डूइंग फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम टंग ट्विस्टर, और सबने इट वाज कितना क्विकली बोला. इट वाज सो गुड टू सी और काफी मजा आया. And thank you so much everyone once again. So can we have the winners? Ritik, can we have the winners? Okay, so the most awaited part is here to announce the winner. Okay, so the communicative talk 1 session 1 was the winner is Miss Garima Tiwari. Expert decision winner is Ankita Parihar. I'm so sorry, Anita Parihar. The communicative talk 2 winner is Mariam Bibi. And self-enriching and fun activity goes to Vansh. Congratulations to all the winners. You will be getting a gift voucher worth ₹500, and someone from the communication team will get back to you soon. Okay, and thank you so much for attending day 2 of Avalamb. You will get your certificate. We will mail you certificates. And for day 3, if you enjoyed our session, if you learned something new, you tell your friends, ask your friends and family to join us tomorrow. And you can go to www.schoolindia.org.in to register, and you can also find the registration link in the chat box as well. Okay, so for day 3, we have some day 3 events and speakers. So we have Mr. Abhishek Walia. He's a stand-up comedian, and we have expert discussion with Swati and Vineet, Dr. Vineet and Miss Swati. And we have another communication talk with the Shripriya. And for self-enriching and fun session, we have Zumba for you all and some dance activity. So just like today, I hope you will going to join again tomorrow. We will going to see you. Our show will going to get on air tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. Thank you so much, everyone, once again.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Nidhi ma'am wants to say something.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, one time registration है या?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mahima.
Nidhi ma'am wanted to say something. She's been trying to.
I want to say something. The thing is this one, ये लॉकडाउन पीरियड में छोटे बच्चे भी बहुत जल्दी बड़े हो गए इस एक साल में, लेकिन जो ये लास्ट का 1 घंटे का जो फन एक्टिविटी था, ये देख के मुझे कोई पॉइंट्स नहीं मिले, मुझे उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन हाँ इस 1 घंटे में मैंने बड़ों को भी छोटे बनते हुए देखा है, तो वो चीज मेरे को बहुत पसंद आई। तो उस चीज के लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत ज्यादा अप्रिशिएट करना चाहूंगी, दी शार्प टीम एंड द पार्टिसिपेंट आल्सो।
मैं भी आपकी बात से एग्री करती हूँ मैम, बहुत अच्छा लगा ये लास्ट का 1
हाँ
आवर
मैम, आप ये देखिए, मेरी एक्चुअली क्या मैम, मेरी 6 साल की भांजी है जो 1 साल में लॉकडाउन पीरियड में इतनी मैच्योर हो गई है, इतनी बड़ी हो गई इतनी जल्दी, जो हमें अच्छा नहीं लगता था देख के, लेकिन टाइम कर देता है। तो इतने बड़े बड़े जनों को आज छोटे होते हुए कि मैम मैं बोलूं, मैं फिर से ट्राई करूं, तो दैट वाज सो स्वीट।
हमें भी अपना बचपन याद आ गया।
हाँ, वो अपना बचपन याद आ गया, जहाँ पे हम ये बोलते थे नहीं हम फिर से ट्राई करेंगे, लेकिन हम फर्स्ट आएंगे।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. This is our motive to
मैम
engage
वैसे भी
all of you.
आपके ना सारे सेशंस बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, मैं तो सारे अटेंड करती हूँ।
Thank you so much, ma'am.
एक भी सेशन मेरा मिस नहीं होता है, मैं सारे अटेंड करती हूँ।
और मैम आप ये देखिए, मैं
बहुत अच्छे
कॉलेज
सेशन
में
है।
प्रोफेसर हूँ, तो मैंने कल बच्चों की जब क्लास ले रही थी तो मैंने उनको बोला, मैंने उन्हें लिंक फॉरवर्ड करा कि so that आपको भी मजा आएगा करने में।
Thank you so much, ma'am. We want to engage as many audience as we can with this event. At least for some time we can de-stress our audience, we can de-stress ourselves.
और मैम कई बार ऐसा होता है, दूसरों के फेस पे खुशी देख के ना खुद भी इंसान खुश हो जाता है।
Right, ma'am. Right, ma'am.
तो वही देख के ना सबका तो इतना अच्छा लगा। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much. You can refer this to your family and friends. So they can also enjoy some of the activities, and also we have Zumba activity tomorrow. So you all have to come up, be on camera and perform some Zumba.
Right. Actually, the best part is this one. We as an assistant professor of SART Delhi, we are just making our material development on the reopening of schools. Okay. And in that one, we have to include the fun activities also. So I've noted down the points from your session so that I can include that in my manual.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. It's our honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
मैम जैसे अपने स्कूल के बच्चों को भी ज्वाइन कराना हो तो पर्टिकुलर लिंक क्या है आपका ज्वाइन कराने के लिए?
Yes, ma'am. We will हम आपको लिंक चैट बॉक्स में प्रोवाइड कर देंगे, सो दैट सेम यू कैन टेक दैट लिंक एंड जिसको भी आप देना चाहें, स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स, फैमिली मेंबर्स, फ्रेंड्स, you can share that link and they can join automatically. Okay, because we are going to have this session for the next 4 days till Saturday. So we have lot more expert decision, lot more communication talk and
okay, thank you so much.
So Wednesday,
be at home.
Zumba.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry, I cannot hear you, ma'am.
Wednesday Zumba session.
Yes, ma'am. Some Zumba and we have some dance performances as
Wednesday.
well.
Yeah. Okay. So my school students provide a link.
Yes, ma'am. The link is in the chat box.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, and be at home. Be safe.
Thank you. Yes, be at home. Be safe.